Hey guys. You all okay? Sorry, hopefully you can all hear me okay. Sorry, I've just had to take an anti-sickness tablet and it tastes bloody disgusting. I'm like, ugh. Sorry about that, guys. How's everybody doing? We all okay? I'm trying to drink this Tizer and it tastes disgusting now because of this tablet. Ugh. Ugh, great. That's gonna be fun and games. How's everybody doing? I hope you're all okay. Sorry, I'm just rambling. Ugh. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, we're gonna hang out, have some fun today. Take it nice and chill. I hope you've all been okay. But yeah, I just yeah, I hope everybody's doing alright. Gonna just chill out on some War Thunder. And then later today, I've got Hotel Architect for us to check out again. They've added a new level. So I wanna go play that basically. So that's what we're gonna do. We'll need to see what is available on the level and what strategies we can use. But we'll get to that a little bit later today. And I'll show you guys what I did with the remainder of the New York level. I still can play more on that, but focus of today will be the new level. Destroy at least 2 units. Okay, we can do that. Oh my gosh, I got bad hiccups. Ugh. I've got such bad hiccups. So I think we'll try and do filler again on Soviet. Because I think Soviet filler's nearly there. Yeah, Soviet filler's nearly done. I've got basically those 2 vehicles and 1 there. And then I think I'm done. And then I think it's just German filler that needs doing after that. Of which there is quite a bit. But we're nearly there. So yeah, so if we continue to flush out the Soviet filler. And then we'll go from there. That is just not gonna happen. That starts today, but I can't do it because I don't have the required levels. Which is annoying. Got till October 1st. What I might do is we may have to pay for some levels. Because I screwed up. We might do that. In fact, I will probably do that now. We'll, try and get through. And then that just opens up the ability for me to do that. Hey, Axel. Yes, blame me. I know. I'm terrible. Oh, sorry. I feel really rough today. Hey, Mark. You okay? Oh, great. I've managed to bug it. Okay, that was weird. That was really weird. Yeah, I'll be okay. I've just been really phlegmy this morning. Oh, I got Cadiz. Okay, that's not bad. Well, I need more British stuff, so that's fine by me. Right, okay, so we've got that. Right, let's use some of these boosters. Right, okay, so we can now do that one. I'm gonna have to do it in boats, but I don't mind that. Boats is one of my preferred options, so... Wow, thanks, Can. Charming. Really charming. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing okay. Should be fine. I'll be alright. I do need to give you guys a heads up and a warning. There is storms in my area. And I did hear them not long ago. Hopefully, it stays away. But yeah, if everything suddenly goes down, either an outage or the storm did something, more than likely. Hopefully that doesn't happen. No, I did not, Mark. I need to have a look at that. Hey, Venom. How you doing? Have they got a demo for the new one? I'm looking forward to Ranch Sim. That should be good, Can. I'm really sorry it's been a long wait for that one. Oh, by the way, guys, just talking about, like, scheduling and games and stuff, there is going to be some slight schedule changes. I've got a phone appointment next Thursday, so I'm probably not going to be able to stream next Thursday. I am really sorry about that. I hate doing last-minute changes on you guys, but, yeah, I can't avoid the appointment, and I really, really need it, so... I was given one option, and it was a take it or leave it situation, so I will be rejigging the schedule again. So what I'll probably do is swap my day off, so I'll swap Wednesday off for Thursday off. Does that make sense? And then that way we still get the same number of stream days next week. It's just slightly moved around. I mean, I kind of need an extra day off to do some house stuff, but I'm gonna see what happens. I'm gonna try and avoid doing that if I can, because I'm home this weekend, but I'm hoping to see Josh the weekend after. So, hi, how you doing, Adventure? How's things? Everything all good? How you been? We need to catch up at some point, buddy. We need to get everything organized for the old Halloween specials. It's gonna be a busy, busy month. I have so many things I need to sort out. I need to get my tax returns done. And I need to do my car insurance. And I need to start looking at booking in my car for its service as well. So yeah, I've got a lot coming up that I need to deal with.
Our victory is near.
Oh, was the adventure? Oh, fair enough. Well, hopefully all goes well. Fingers crossed. Hopefully all goes well. Yeah, I need to sit down in that chat that we've got, Can, and we can organize what we're gonna do on the game. Hey Nana, how you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, Borderlands 4. Yeah. Yeah, I'd seen about that. I'd love to play it. My problem is I haven't completed any of the other ones. So I'm so reluctant to play the new one because of that. Kinda wanna get everything else done first, you know what I mean? I'm alright, Cody. Just been a little bit unwell today. A bit phlegmy. Doing okay though. I'm alright. Just, I should have gone to bed earlier last night. I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning rendering stills. If you want to, sure. I will be flip-flopping VRs though, Cody. So at the moment I'm doing low. I'm doing like 2.7 and under, and then we'll be going up to around 6.3ish probably. I'll probably end up back in my French set. I don't know what you mean by that statement, Nana. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna play them in order, Adventure. I was just gonna do 1, 2, 3, you know. I hadn't had a chance to look into it. You don't have any jets? Well, as I say, we do it based on BR and under, so... As I say, 2.7 BR and 6.3. Those are the ones you want to aim for, but as I say, you can bring under, but you will likely get up-tiered. Maneuver? Yeah, I mean, you can outmaneuver the enemies. I don't necessarily bother, though, sometimes. Just depends. Oh, you're doing Mining and Eve? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. With yeah, I don't know all the maneuver names, dude. I just play the game. I don't get, like, pedantic and technical with shit. I just play a lot of flight sim games. Hey, shooter. You can. There are lobby rules. Have you lobbied here before with us? It's all common sense shit, so it's all fairly simple and straightforward, but I do need to run through it with you if you haven't played with us before here. First time? Oh, it's your first time as well. Ah, okay. Right, let me run through how it works for you guys, okay? Just for those that don't know. Biffy! Yeah, very, very simple. So, first come, first serve for lobby spots. You'll need to declare in the Twitch or whatever channel you're watching on chat what your in-game name is. Make sure that you provide it accurately. So that means making sure capitalization, numbers, etc. are correct. Yes, we're playing War Thunder. Yes, this is what we're playing today. We've got Hotel Architect later. Console players, you must have crossplay enabled on your console and the client. Please make sure you have that setting sorted beforehand, otherwise you will not be able to join. All players must be able to accept invites from non-friends, as I cannot guarantee a space on my friends list, so please again make sure to do the setting correctly. It is in the client, it's fairly straightforward to do. We operate a hard BR cap system, so what this means... you haven't finished listening, Cody. Wait. We operate a hard BR cap system, so what this means is I'll declare a mode, and I will declare a BR number. You can bring on or under that BR number, not over, no exceptions. We do not do averages. All vehicles must be on or under the cap. Okay? It is your responsibility to make sure that your set is accurate and is allowed. So... make sure to set yourself to the mode that we're planning to play. Then sort your vehicles out. I will call your in-game name once I've got you queued. You need to be prompt responding. If you don't, we skip over you and we move on. If that happens a couple of times, then you'll just be banned from lobbies for the day. If shit comes up in your IRL shit or whatever, you need to disappear off, totally fine. Just say, look, I need to withdraw from queue, and I'll withdraw you. Simple as. Hi, Metal. How you doing? No, I was not playing that game, Pom. I have never played that game. I used to be a CC for that other company. I cannot say the name of the company or their products for legal reasons. But no, I have not played that particular tank game. And I have no plan to do so. Rammed into someone by accident earlier. So yeah, if you're here for the first time playing lobbies, you do need to openly state, I agree and understand the rules. If you do not agree to or understand the rules, please say in chat and I can explain. Yes, that one, Metal. Roger that. As I say, no such thing as a stupid question, just ask. Alright. But yes, if you want to join right now, let me just double check my mission, because we were doing 2-7 and under. It might be shifting. Let me just double check. But you need to have your set ready, you need to be physically logged in and ready to play before you can queue. Okay? Until you've done that, you can't queue. Let me just double check my mission a second. I might be able to shoot... No, we're staying down. Okay, so 2.7 and under, Air Arcade. If anybody wants to join. Hopefully, I will get this in one match, and then we're going to go up to around 6-3. So, Air Arcade, 2.7 and under currently. And then we'll do a 6.3 later. Yes, my account is level 100. I've had my account since 2013. I took a break, though, from 2015 onwards. Had about 200 odd hours in the game, 250-ish. Came back to the game officially in 2022, and I've been binging it since. Had to take a little bit of time off due to personal stuff. So, Cody, if you can confirm you have a set ready that's applicable and that you understand the rules, you can then join. Same goes for you, Shooter. I'm not cosplaying as a dog. What the fuck? Shut up, Nev. Shut up. Yeah, people do still play it. At one point, I was gonna check it out, but that definitely will not be happening. You have random plays. Okay, on the bottom of the card, it says a number. That is the BR of the vehicle. You can also check it in the tech tree. BR varies, though, depending on mode, so make sure you're on the mode that we're planning to play, which is Air Arcade in this instance. Then all the BRs will reflect what they are for Air Arcade. As I say, it is a requirement that you, 1, confirm you understand the rules, and 2, have a set correct, and 3, provide the in-game name. Until you've done that, you can't officially queue. So, look at your set. Is it 2-7 or under? If yes, it can come in. If it's not, it can't come in. Currently. I will be going up to 6.3 in a little bit. Oh, brilliant adventure. I see the stuff. Fantastic. There's 4s and 5s. Yeah, then you can't bring those in currently. I'm doing 2.7 and under at the moment. I will be switching up to higher shortly, though, at which point you can then queue. As I say, it is a cap system, so you can bring on or under the cap. You cannot bring over. It just keeps everything fair, because we were having people botching setups to fudge things, and it was creating all sorts of problems. No, that's fine, Cody. Do you understand all of the other rules and setting requirements? Because you will need to make sure and confirm that you know those. As I say, if you're on console, crossplay must be on. Make sure you can accept invites from non-friends. What premium should you buy? There's no wrong or right answer to that, AST, honestly. Very much depends on your play style, what sets you like to play, what BR you like to play. If you want a bargain, wait till the sales. That is one thing I would recommend if you want to be a little frugal. But yeah, there's no wrong or right answer, really. There are some vehicles that are a little more meta, but... I don't know. It just depends, really. It really depends. It's a very broad question, that one. You like German ground and Japanese air. Okay. Hey, Bizzle, how you doing? Yeah, all of their games are metal. It's been slow burn, but that company is nuking itself from the inside out. I've been tracking the data, and so have a bunch of other people. They've been on a very nasty decline for about a good year and a half now, at least. The CC fallout and everything else is really starting to hit them now. Their marketing spend is not outpowering the community bleed on that game. And it really shows. And it's across all 3 of their main products as well. Although they are launching some new stuff, but I don't think that's going to fix their problems. How you doing, Maple? You're right. It'll be 6.3 and under, Cody. Because I got French set that I'm working on. Yeah, how many dollars they want to... Yeah. Give me a minute, AST. I'll have a look. What kind of BR? Do you want to go, like, modern? Or are you looking to be, like, World War I, World War II? Whereabouts are you kind of pitching it? Where do you want to be? Yeah, it definitely will. I agree. And I think the damage simulation in it's far better as well. It has its quirks and issues, do not get me wrong. But yeah, mechanically it's definitely the better game. I also think from a monetization point of view, it's a far fairer game. Still expensive, don't get me wrong, but you get that with the free-to-play model. Yes, Mason. What is your question? I will do my best to answer. Happy to try and help as best as I can. And yeah, TM, if you got a question, go for it. Absolutely go for it. But yeah, AST, give me a minute. We'll have a look at the trees when I get out. And yeah, if you can let me know where you want to kind of pitch it. Do you want, like, top tier? Do you want middle of the road? High? I mean, how'd you pitch of a plane? I mean, I do it with the mouse. I do it with the mouse, but depends on how you have your settings done. Also depends on if you're console or PC. Why play arcade? There's a lot of reasons why you'd play arcade, potentially. Not everybody likes to, and that's absolutely fine. But there are reasons. The flap at the back? Do you mean your flaps? Is it on the wings? Or are you talking about the tail bit? Which bit are you talking about? Because I want to be sure we're 100% clear on the same page here. Oh yeah, no, that's completely understandable, Chase. There's a lot of reasons to prefer that as well. Absolutely, it just depends. The tail, the bit on the tail. For me on PC, it's Q and E to move it around, but it depends, because if you've changed your binds, then it'll be something else. Are you talking about the vertical or the horizontal? Because if you're talking about the vertical, it's Q and E. For me, it's shift or control, but that's not standard. I've changed my controls, so... Anyway, going back to your question, Chase. So what is backseating? Okay, yeah, sure, TM, hang on. Backseating is when you tell somebody what to do. So, like, say you were in a stream, like you are now, and you said to someone, play this, or go there, or you have to shoot this guy only, or do this maneuver, otherwise you suck, or you gave a plot spoiler to a game, or you told somebody where a secret was, or something. That would be backseat gaming. Backseating is like telling someone what strategy they should use, where to go, important narrative stuff, you know, kind of with like the intention of them not missing it, that kind of stuff. That's what backseat gaming would be. Look at it as bossing someone around. That's pretty much what it is. How do you assign a button? In your control settings. You go controls, and then you'd go aircraft, and you need to search for it. And then you can assign the button. You play on PlayStation, Cody? Yeah, so you need to make sure your console has crossplay enabled. You need to make sure the client has crossplay enabled. You need to do all the necessary steps. Sorry, Chase, to keep you waiting. So the steps... sorry, the argument about arcade, why would you play it? So there's, as I say, there's a variety of reasons. One, if you want to play multiple vehicles, because realistic doesn't allow you to do that, plain and simple. Alright, so, I like to go between a lot of vehicles. So that's one of the reasons I prefer it. Two, you get more crew XP on arcade. You just flat out get more crew XP. Same for if you're trying to get a vehicle out of stock configuration. Upgrades to the vehicle is actually quicker, because you get more XP for that. So it can be advantageous to play a vehicle out of stock in arcade and then switch back to realistic. So there's that. Also, if you want to level up multiple crew slots, you can, rather than doing the thing with realistic where you slowly work your way along, you could just throw a vehicle into every slot like I've been doing and then just slowly level every single one up. So that's a reason why you play arcade. I personally find the daily missions for BP easier in arcade as well, so that's another reason why I will quite commonly play arcade. Another reason as well is if I'm headbutting with a certain vehicle. So let's say it's like a one-shot cannon job plane that I really hate. Mixing it in with other stuff makes it less painful to get all the upgrades and get it done and dusted, basically. So that's another reason why I prefer arcade. Arcade does have its drawbacks, do not get me wrong. Like, people will YOLO and throw vehicles away like crazy. Everybody flies really low. The mode is less mechanically punishing when it comes to maneuvering and other bits and bobs. You know, so there are some things that are... some people like, some people hate. It's very Marmite, if that makes sense. So... yeah. Oh, very funny, Killer. How you doing, by the way? You alright? Mason, thank you for the follow. But yeah, it does say it just depends, Chase. There's different reasons. There's different reasons why people will play different modes. One of the things you will hear constantly is, oh, you gotta play realistic or you can't progress. Realistic guarantees you more rewards. That's not strictly true. It is both right and wrong at the same time. There's a nuance to it, and this is a thing that people miss, and we talk about it a lot on the channel because it comes up a lot. But basically, with realistic over arcade, you get a percentage-based modifier to your earnings, okay? So this is why everybody says, oh, you gotta play realistic, it's the only way to play. It's the only way to get through the trees quickly. You'll get so much more, blah, blah, blah. As I say, because it's percentage-based, you can play and have the modifier and then still get nothing, basically, because it's percentage-based. This game is very performance-driven. So, you have to be a little careful with this. So, if you are equally good... again, Sully, correct but incorrect. Yes, arcade does give you more crew XP. That's just flat out true. But when it comes to the match XP, you're wrong. And as I say, I'm going into this now. So, the modifier is percentage-based, okay? You can have 3,000% of 0, it's still 0, okay? So, this is where people go wrong. This is where there's a bit of nuance and people lose it. If you are equally good in arcade and realistic, let's say you score 1,000 points in both mode, and you are consistent at doing that, yes, you will earn more in realistic, because at that point, your modifier will kick in, and then you'll earn more, okay? If you're roughly the same, so maybe slightly less, the modifier can still kick in and then potentially earn you more, okay? In the more difficult mode. But humans are humans, you know, people have bad days, people are not uniformly good at everything, okay? Yes, skill is definitely, yeah, an issue, yeah. If you suck, you're gonna earn nothing, and this is what people forget. So, you need to look at yourself as an individual and go, right, where am I at? Where can I realistically play? And the other thing as well, hi Zilla, how you doing? The other thing as well is you might be a really good realistic player, but only up to a certain threshold of BR, okay? So it might be like, I can play up to 4.0 in realistic and I'm a god, okay? But, let's say you are capable of playing max tier arcade. Because of the BR difference, you may actually end up finding out at that point that you actually end up earning more XP in arcade because of how massive your BR difference is. I have got jets, yes. So, again, you need to analyze the nuance of your situation. It really depends on the individual. As I say, there are going to be people for whom arcade will actually earn them more. It just depends. And everybody can have shit days. So, you are guaranteed to get more in realistic is not accurate. It is not true. It's possible, okay? It is possible. But it depends on you as an individual player and your performance and your level of consistency. And that's where the nuance gets lost. That's where the problem is. And this is why you shouldn't blindly follow the realistic will get you through quicker thing. Because it's not necessarily true for everyone. It really, really is individualistic. And that's something only you can sit and assess and figure out for yourself. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Bronxy. Appreciate it. So yeah, it's yeah, if you're equally good in everything, yeah, absolutely, it's right. But as I say, people are flawed and people play differently on a given day or whatever. You know, there can be reasons. So don't take it as gospel. Basically, is what I'm saying. You need to look at yourself and figure out where you sit in the scheme of things. And yeah, sorry, T, I'm not ignoring you. I was in a stream and they were playing. Oh, Phasmophobia, yeah. They played the school map. It was a huge amount, looking at everyone to find the ghost. Okay. They were using the microphone to locate the ghost faster. After a couple minutes, someone was using the mic. Okay. No, that was helping. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the thing to look out with streams. Some people will use a tag called no backseat gaming. Or they'll put it in their title. Or they'll stick it in their rules section. Those are the 3 places to look. If in doubt, ask the mods. And they will generally tell you. But yeah, explaining mechanics to a streamer or saying use this equipment or whatever, yeah, that would count as backseat gaming in a lot of cases. The thing is, though, there can be, like, being helpful. There are some people, though, that just want to kind of learn it and make all the mistakes, if that makes sense. So it really depends. There are some channels that are really chill about that and actually enjoy people making suggestions. There are other channels will, like, they'll just, like, hammer you on the spot. It really depends. So, yeah, I can't speak to other, like, streamers, and how they're going to enforce, but yeah, look for the tag and look for it in the title and look for it in the rules section. That's generally the rule of thumb. And then you should be able to make sure you don't accidentally straddle over a line with that one. But yeah, I think a lot of people as well forget that people don't necessarily always know those terms. This is the thing as well, depending on the age of the person and when they were brought up and, you know, how out of fait they are with gaming and other, like, terminology, you know. I mean, there's like, abbreviations that I come across that are a lot more modern, and I'm like, what the fuck's that? You know? I grew up with things like LOL and all that kind of stuff. You know, so it really just depends. But yeah. I mean, in that situation, yeah, all you can just do is say, yeah, sorry, I didn't realize. But yeah, the way you type it sometimes can be part of it. But yeah, just look out for the tags and look out for the rules lists and channels is the best way to know. But yeah, it sounds like you weren't trying to be a dickhead. So hopefully they were relatively chill about it, but yeah, anything where you're trying to give, like, a hint or a tip or a play this way, whether it's, like, pushy or not. I mean, some streamers will only, like, do it if, like, you're pushy. Others just have a flat no backseat gaming rule. Me personally, I don't mind a little bit of backseating. I don't mind suggestions personally. Like I'm gonna play Hotel Architect later, and I don't mind you guys going, "Oh, let's build this room," or maybe we should build it this way. I don't care. If it's a story game, I think where I draw the line is I hate plot spoilers. That's like my one thing that I really hate. I don't want plot spoilers for things. And then also people being pushy sometimes. So I run into this a lot with War Thunder. Again, we'll use the realistic for example. I will have people come in and chat and they'll say, like we just had a minute ago, why do you play arcade? Right? Don't have a problem with that. That's fine. That's a valid question. There's a lot of people that would ask that and they'd be curious. Don't have an issue with that. Sometimes I'll get people saying, oh, would you mind playing realistic with me? Again, that's a valid question. Don't have a problem with that. What I do take issue with is you will play realistic or I'm going to off you and things like that. I get that on the regular, unfortunately. I've had people threaten me, I've had people threaten my family, I've had people threaten to dox me, hack me, and do all sorts. Over me choosing not to play realistic. It's bonkers, but there are people on the internet like that. Incredibly childish and stupid. But yeah, so I run into that on the regular. That I will stomp all over. That I do not tolerate in the slightest, and I will just yeet people. I have no mercy on people that behave like toddlers, sorry. Okay, that's a lot of hate for no reason. Yeah, it does. And a lot of it boils down to people being egotistical. The irony being, though, right, the people that tout that stuff normally, Sully, are the people who will get incredibly salty when they get a teammate who can't cope mechanically with the difficulty that comes with that mode. That's the sad thing. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you don't play it, then they get angry because you're not playing the mode that they think you should be playing because you're playing the game on easy mode. And then you play the mode and then suck and struggle with it, and then everybody gets mad at you because you're not pulling your weight, and then you're the reason the entire team's losing. Which is precisely the issue I run into with tanks when I'm playing realistic, because I suck at tanks. I completely suck balls at tanks, alright? And I fully acknowledge this. I am slowly learning. I am getting there, but it's taking time. But, yeah, I get a lot of people getting pissy at me in tanks because I do struggle. I really struggle. I fully admit this. Put me in boats, I'm happy as Larry. And I don't mind playing realistic planes. I will not play sim planes, though, because, as I've said to the guys multiple times, I will start throwing chunks because I get motion sick. Unfortunately. So I can't do it, sadly. So, yeah. But yeah, the game is very much a different beast in the different modes, 100%. There's certain things you can get away with in certain modes that you can't in others and vice versa. But yeah, I just advocate for have fun, play whatever you want. That's the whole point of a game. I get people not wanting people to throw matches. That is completely respectable and makes sense, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, me choosing to go into a separate queue really doesn't affect them, you know? Like, there's no need to be silly after that. Oh, did you? I feel like you're not going to be alone in that sentiment, Killer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think you're alone in that, Killer. I do not think you're alone in that, mate, from what I've heard. And say they're in the process of releasing a couple of other games at the moment. I don't think it's gonna go as well for them as they want it to be. You talk about suffering, mate. Oh, I'll tell you what I've done recently, man. Do you know about Uma Musume? Oh my god, dude. It's such a good game. I hate the gacha in it, but the game is really good. I love it. I love it. That game can be suffering, because if you get really bullshit RNG like I did for months, use all your free stuff up and then don't get anything, it sucks balls so hard. I managed to finish my last Uma this morning. My last Uma, I have all of them. I got all 29 are on good campaign complete now. I have done it. I have done it. I'm missing like 6 Umas, but I'm gonna try and keep working towards unlocking them. When I'm gonna get them, I got no idea because I'm at the mercy of RNG, but eventually I'll get them. I got the Albana one in temples, which is ridiculous. And she's quite meta for front runner parents, so I'm glad I got her. She's not the most important one in the world, but she will come into play a lot later, so I'm glad I have her. There are people that do that, Killer. There are people that just get warthunder and then immediately go buy a top tier thing. I don't understand why people do it, personally. I think it's a great way to screw up your account, personally. Unless you've got really good mechanical knowledge from day one, which is statistically highly unlikely. But there are people that do that. There are people that do that. But yeah, no, Killer, I get that. Yeah, they're desperate. No offense. Yeah, that other game, again, not gonna name for legal reasons, but yeah, they're desperate to claw anyone in for the sake of it. They have been for a long time, and with good reason. They're getting very, very dependent on a very select few of the player base to keep whaling. They will eventually burn bridges with those people, at which point they are going to be completely sunk. They are just digging a deeper and deeper hole. So, just a matter of time, dude, before all that implodes. Yeah, exactly. This is what I say. Like, again, this goes with a lot of games. Just because you can buy the tool doesn't make you actually good at it. You need the foundational knowledge, and you need to take the time to know how things work. Because, don't get me wrong, you know, having a statistical baseline advantage is helpful. But you might as well put Mr. Bean in charge of a battleship. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's effectively what you're doing. playing something, but playing it well, and knowing what your strengths and weaknesses are, can be far more advantageous than just getting the big new shiny toy and having no fucking clue what the hell you're doing with it. Do you know what I mean? Hey, guys, just had a message. We're gonna have that firefighting game for definite. Yeah, eyesight issues, yeah, I'm not sure what you can do. There might be some visibility settings you can do. Hey, CapCut, how you doing? There might be some of that stuff you can turn on. I've got a friend of mine whose eyesight, he's got like a color blindness. I'm not sure exactly what the setting options are. I know in some games there's some really good options. I've seen some good examples of that recently. I think Mafia was pretty good with that stuff, if I remember correctly. See, I sometimes do it, even with me. I mean, I've got relatively good eyesight, but I like highlights around objects and stuff sometimes, because sometimes I just don't see them. You like big shiny toys. Everybody needs a hobby killer. Sorry, it's too easy, mate. But yeah, skill's important, especially in a game like this, definitely. I mean, I would argue another game that's a good example, right, is things like Counter-Strike. You know, you can get, like, a professional player with a pistol and they'll take out a noob with an assault rifle. Or, like, a one-shot, you know, warp kind of situation. You know the kind of weapons I'm talking about. Hey, Noel, how you doing? I mean, I'm by no means great at CS, okay? But when I came back after having been double AK, right? And then my account got reset back down to silver, everybody thought I was hacking, and I wasn't. It was just my account had gotten so dunked when I was, like, calibrating for rank that I was shredding matches. Even though I was rusty. So, yeah. If anybody wants in, let me know. Gamer Rage? Oh god, yeah, it is bad for that. Yeah, there are certain games that are really bad for that. League of Legends obviously being one of the most notable ones. Valorant. There is a lot. There's a lot of games that are like that. Hi, Everross. How you doing? Oh, you play France? Nice, nice. Hope you're having some fun with it. It seems to be one of those sets. Some people really love it. Some people absolutely despise it. I'm just chilling, having fun with it, to be honest. Fuck. Okay, I have all the vehicles in the shop currently. That's annoying. Okay, I'm gonna have to buy some backups, I think. Because I am gonna cap out. Yeah, no, that makes sense, David. Well, if you ever see me on, you are welcome to come hang out here. We do have some lobby rules, but fairly straightforward, basic shit. Totally fine, you're at work right now, but just, if you ever see me live and you want to join in, you can. It's not a problem. I play a lot on this game, so... I said, if you ever see me around, you got some free time, you are more than welcome. Yeah, that's all good, Everross. Good luck trying to fix it. Fingers crossed. Your head's exploding. No! Oh, dude, look, I hate having rules for shit, but it's necessary. I mostly play planes, David. Yeah, my secondary is boats. Tanks is my least favorite mode. I'm getting there slowly. I got up to Leopard 1 for Germany. And then I've gone back to Tier 1 and I'm playing Sweden at the moment, but I've swapped to realistic. So I've most of my tank experiences in arcade. I struggle with tanks. It's something I'm working on, but it's a slow process. It's a case of when, when I feel like I can cope on it. Which isn't very often. BP tends to derail me on the regular. My rule of thumb is get online, do dailies first. Once I've done dailies, then I can fuck about. So yeah. You're right, Lag. How you doing? Lovely, I just got to rank 3. Honestly, rank 3 is a good spot. Rank 3 is a good spot. What you been up to, Laggy Donut? Fluffy hugs. Fluffy hugs. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so tired. Sorry, I was up till 4 in the morning. I got my stills captured though that I needed. So that's something. I'm gonna try and get my thumbnails done tonight. I know, I was gonna go to bed. I wanted to go to bed so bad. I was at like 1 in the morning and I was like, Josh was like, don't go to bed too late. And I was like, I know, I'm not going to, it'll be fine. 4 o'clock in the morning, my renders are still going and I'm just like, I want to go to bed. Ah! So yeah, I stayed up and got it done. And then, yeah, I had to get up early this morning because Mom... You mean Uma Musume? The horse game? Yeah, I was on that last night while I was waiting on renders. Yeah, I needed to do my dailies before they reset. And it was like one of the few things I could do while I was pissing about deleting images. I was doing a batch of renders and then basically once I'd done the batch of renders I booted up the game and I just started image stripping. Because I had like 100k images in my folder and I was like, I gotta pick stills out from these. I was just selectively rendering some cutscenes out. Mambo, who's Mambo? I don't know that one. I got Saiyan Sky. I did 1 temple and got her. I got fucking lucky, man. I was just like, I want to say for Samurai Zensky. Problem is I need to build my deck. I've got 4 break kits in black. I don't have Super Creek, sadly. And I missed out on the special week card, so I'm kind of fucked with that. But I've managed to get all the other cards, the event ones and stuff. I'm building up my Monsieur and McQueen card. Been getting points. I've just moved to a new club. Oh god, that's a storm. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Oh god. Please, please go away, storm. Oh, right. Okay, David. Thunder in the UK? Yeah. Yeah. Did that pick up on the mic? Did you guys hear that? I don't know if you guys heard it. That was loud. I heard that through my headset. I had some thunder before the stream started. And then it all went quiet for a bit. And it looks like it's back. Oh yeah, if you play Bombers in Arcade, yeah, you will get slammed. Yeah, there are players that will just hunt you. Yeah, 100%. This is not gonna stop me though. I'm just gonna keep doing whatever the fuck I want. That's just me being stubborn. Is it really bad on like Glue Factory? Oh gosh. Gemini Cup today is gonna be a fucking shit fest for me. I did graded on the last one and I got so close to getting in finals. But I've gone open league this time. I haven't specifically trained for it. Fuck it. There's no way I was gonna build a good enough Uma for it. So I'm just gonna run it for participation. If I get any further, then great. And then yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm gonna try and work on some Umas for the next cup, but There's absolutely zero point me doing for this one. I'm just gonna run some bullshit and we'll see what happens. I want to keep building my deck up. That's kind of the more important thing right now. And then I'm missing... What am I missing? I'm missing Silent Suzuka, Rudolph, Kure-chan, Narita Taishin? And then I'm missing, like, the special version of Teo and the Queen. And the Wedding Air Groove I don't have either, but... Not too worried about that. I got Wedding Top Gun, though. Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, David. Stay safe. Have a good one, and I'll catch you around. Been nice chatting, though. All the best with everything.
The airfield is ours.
My VTuber avatar's been broken. I don't VTube, mate. I hope you're just joking around, dude. I'm not a VTuber. Yeah. I'd love to do that shit, but yeah, outside of Facebook, I'm fucking clueless. Also, the fucking art's expensive, dude. That would explain why I was saying I don't VTube. I have a character art, but I don't have a VTuber model for it. Come on. Oh, piss peanuts. I really want Rudolph and Suzuka. I need those Umas so bad. Yeah, I still don't do the whole I'm not someone for parasocial relationships. I find that shit really icky. Yeah, that shit, I'd be like everybody's nightmare with that. That people come in chat thirsting, they'd be banned so quick. I get that shit anyway from time to time, but I mean, I don't have that issue when I have a cam on, because I'm not conventionally attractive, so that isn't an issue. But yeah, people are a bit fucking weird sometimes. If you have a model, people get a bit, you know, crazy. Although with not having a cam on, people do fill gaps in their head as to what I look like, and that can create some fun problems. So that one can be awkward sometimes. Hey, David. Yeah, there's thunder in a few different places. I am also taken. Yeah, I am 100% transparent about that. Some people don't believe me. Some people do not believe me when I say I have a boyfriend. I mean, I know I'm useless, alright, but... it's like, wow. Oh, no, genuinely, people actually think Josh is a mythical creature and doesn't exist. There are people that genuinely think that. I'm not married. No. I have a partner called Josh, obviously. And I've been with him since 2018. But yeah, there are some people that genuinely think he's like a unicorn. It's like, he is real, I promise. Yeah, boyfriend, partner, it's the same kind of thing here in the UK, Mark. I'm just not married to him, alright? I would love for him to do that, but it's just, you know, it's his own personal hang-ups with, what his ex did. I'm not gonna go into too much detail because I don't want to, like, infringe on his privacy. But, yeah, he has his reasons, and, you know, I respect that. So, it's absolutely fine. Maybe one day he'll get over that. We'll see. But I love him, so I'm sticking with him.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours.
Yeah, I fuck me. Okay, that's a flying barbecue. Yeah, I can't see Josh in the cast of My Little Pony. That would be funny though. No, Josh is great. I'm very lucky he puts up with me, honestly. He is my little rock, and I love him. But yeah, no, there are genuinely people that think he's fake and I'm making him up. I've had DMs from people going, no, you will be mine. You don't have a boyfriend. He doesn't exist. You're making it up. There are some people that think Josh is my brother. I was like, no, Josh is not my brother. What the fuck, you sick weirdo. I genuinely had somebody message me that, and I was like, dude, so you think I've roped my brother into and paid him off to pretend to be my boyfriend to put other people off dating me? Okay. It's just like, no! No, it's not what's going on. It's fucking gross. That's so good, everyone. So you take all your time, mate. But yeah, there are people that genuinely think it's some freaky ass conspiracy. It's kind of hilarious, but it's also like, wow, the levels of delulu. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy what people will come up with to justify shit. It really is. Oh my god, Weird Al Yankovic is hilarious. I love that guy. He's amazing. His songs are so good. They did a documentary on him. I never got to watch it. I need to watch that at some point. People have done it before. Oh, finances? No. I mean, weddings are expensive. Don't get me wrong. My mum has high expectations with that kind of stuff, which probably doesn't help. But no, honestly, like, I mean, one, I wouldn't have enough people IRL to put in a wedding room. Like, genuinely, I just wouldn't. So, the whole concept of having a big wedding just doesn't appeal to me. I also don't like having all the attention on me. I'm not that kind of person. Even though I live stream, I know, granted. That's so good, everyone. Have a good one. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm not an attention person. Honestly, I couldn't give a flying fig about attention. 9 times out of 10, honestly. So yeah, the thought of having a day focused on me and Josh, and me being front and center, I don't like the idea of that, personally. I'd rather have something quiet with like half dozen people and be done with it. Yeah, just invite you guys. Yeah, that's how I'd fill my side of the room up. I'd just bring all you guys along. That honestly would be the simplest solution. Genuinely. Because don't get me wrong, I have a couple of very select friends IRL, but when I say select, I mean extraordinarily select. I barely go out and see anyone. I probably know more people from going out and playing D&D than I do anything else. And even that's a rarity. So, you know. Yeah, I wouldn't have many people to invite. Is it bad? I was about to say not if I handcuff all of you, Mark, but it sounds a bit wrong out of context. I'm just like taking you a hostage for a wedding. That'd be terrible. Oh my god. I know what you lot would do, though. When it gets to the bit of do you know any reason why these two cannot be wed, you all will pipe up and come up with some bullshit. I just know it. I will get trolled to no end. You guys would all take fucking turns in coming up with reasons. I know you would, just for shits and giggles. Just everybody would start kicking off. It's like, do you know what she said last week on her live stream about you, Josh? Like, oh god, here we go. Then everybody starts playing the clips. I'm like, for fuck's sake. Ah! Just a big projector screen comes down in front of the stained glass window, and I'm like, here we go again. Compilation of embarrassment incoming. You realize he sees the highlights occasionally. He does know what goes on. He was a little shit, right? After I met him, he managed to find my channel, and he actually watched some of my streams covertly. The sneaky shit. He did eventually say, do you mind me watching your streams? He's like, yeah, you've already seen a few, haven't you? And he's like, yeah. I was like, fuck. I was like, you don't want to know me now, do you? He's like, no, I do want to know. I was like, what? Sorry? What? You're funny. I was like, oh, really? I was like, okay, cool. He was actually okay with it. So yeah, that was kind of funny. I'm glad he understands why I enjoy this, but oh my god, yeah, he's fuck me, he's a good sport about shit. Hollow Knight. Oh dude, I need to play Hollow Knight. I really do. I don't want insects for pets. No. Ew. Oh my gosh. You talk about the mafia, right? I actually have a story about that. This is gonna sound terrible. No, I haven't, like, actually... I found something out about my partner's family. This is gonna sound terrible. This is an innocent story, okay? Right. Genuinely, like, something happened with Josh's family and the mafia got involved. This actually happened. Josh and I were having a laugh about it the other week, but yeah. So, bit of context, obviously we've been playing Mafia: The Old Country recently. Yeah, this is gonna sound really, really random, but yeah, this is like a really weird story. But basically, Josh's dad is part of a ukulele club. Anyway, they just play and do gigs just for shits and giggles, for a bit of fun. It's just you know, gets them out, you know, whatever. Anyway, somebody was connected to that group and had heard about them and wanted them to play for them at their wedding in Italy. So they all got flown out to Italy and they played at this wedding. Turns out it was a mob boss. They did not know this at the time. They found out on the flight back home. But yeah, apparently it was a rather infamous mob boss. But yeah, they did all the wedding stuff for this guy and his family. And they had no idea who he was. And yeah, he was a big fan of them. And found out about them because of some local connection. And yeah, so that's how they ended up crossing paths. But yeah, they did this wedding for his daughter or something, and yeah, they did not find out until they got back on the flight back home. I was like, fucking hell. But yeah, so that happened. I was just like, wow, kind of crazy, really. But yeah, weird shit. You do not want to piss the wrong person off. Let's put it that way. Come on. I need to get some enemies. Gimme. Airplane. This one's Spitfire. Sorry, I double checked. I've got too many vehicles. I'm playing the French side at the moment. What do you mean feeder insects? What the fuck are you on about? Ooh, it's cyclone or typhoon. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, you mean that? Right, okay, I'm with you now, lag. Yeah, yeah, sorry. I don't know why, but I just had an image of you feeding insects. I don't know why. Oh, good luck with that, Evros. Fingers crossed. Tropical storm, yeah. That's not good. That's not good. Thanks everybody for hanging out, by the way. Much appreciated. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing okay. Oh, yeah, it's disgusting, but it makes sense, that's the thing. How many gigs is this game? I do not know off the top of my head, Jack. I can double check for you, though. If you give me a couple of minutes, I can find out what the install size for it is. I have got the higher resolution texture stuff downloaded, so that's going to pad it a little bit more than normal. If I go properties, install, my current installation size is 127 gig. But I have got the upgraded textures, so it'll be a little less than that. In that ballpark, roughly. 35 gig. What the fuck are you guys installing? What the fuck? I suppose it depends on, there are some factors, aren't there, with what you install. Also, as well, the console versions will be different. Minimum's 40. Oh, well, there you go. So it looks like minimum install 40 gig. Yeah, there's ships, there's planes, there's tanks, yeah. They can all end up on the same map. The combined for all three with players isn't really a thing. You'll run into tanks with actual, like, player planes on, though. But that's higher tier. Does that make sense? Oh, there's some fucker behind me. Ah, he took my ass off. Brilliant. Installation error, 100%. I hate to ask, Evros, but what are you doing? You said you were fixing the game via USB. I'm confused. I don't know what you're doing to your machine. Windows broke. Ah, yeah. If you broke Windows, that's not good. Yeah, there is first person. You just press V. And then there's, like, bomber mode and stuff. But yes, there is first person. There are certain modes that lock you to first person only as well. It just depends on what you're playing, Jack. But, yeah. Yeah, sure, like, sure. I don't think I'll be traveling anytime soon. I'd love to. Can't see it happening. Yeah, like I say, I've got a higher res texture pack and other crap installed, so that probably is buffing the size of mine. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. But I've got full install. Ugh. Come on! Oh, it's a 2009 PC? Yeah, that's not gonna help. I mean, it may be up to spec for playing, this. You're trying to put Windows 11 on it. Yeah, that's not gonna work, Evros. There are hardware requirement minimums. Why are you muted? You're not muted, Jack. I can see your chat. You're not muted. I haven't touched you. If it's blocking you from posting certain words, it's because of that platform's blocked words list. I can't see what you typed. Maybe you typed something that's blocked by the platform. I have not muted you. I can see you. I have no control over what they block, though. Yeah, yours. Yeah, the problem is, Mark, he's just tried to put Windows 11 on a 2009 PC. That is not going to work. There are hardware minimums, Evros, in order to use a Windows 11. There is absolutely no way a 2009 PC is going to meet that requirement. A lot of modern rigs still do not have the minimum requirement for it. Like my old motherboard, for example, that was about 6-year-old, couldn't have Windows 11 on it because of certain functions that weren't there. Yeah, so that's your problem, Evros. Don't put Windows 11 on a 2009 PC. There is no way it's going to meet the requirement. You need to look up what the minimum hardware requirements are for Windows 11. You either need to buy a PC that works with that, or you're going to have to put an older operating system on it. You'll have to figure out what works for you. But yeah, putting Windows 11 on a 2009 PC is not going to work. That will balk the machine. I can't ask a simple question. The game Okay, I have no idea what word it's blocking, Jack. Sorry. It's not me, though. I promise you it's not me. I don't mind you asking questions, but yeah, I'm sorry, whatever it's blocking. You're putting Linux Mint and it crashed there too. Yeah, I don't know what the requirements for various variants of Linux is. Hi, Axel, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to consult someone on that, dude. I have no idea what hardware you're using, Evros, but yeah, if it's that old, not good. Yeah, a lot of my vehicles don't have air brakes. I'm too low. It's stuck on shutdown. Yeah, that's really bad. I'm alright. I'm alright, Axolotl. Just chilling. I'm just taking it easy, just getting dailies done. Yeah, that does not sound good, Evros. That is really, really not good. What was the current OS in 2009? Oh, God. Because that's probably what you're going to want to stick it on. Windows 7 is what it's saying when I Google it. So, yeah, you probably want to be on Windows 7 then with that, and then you should be fine. Maybe you can get away with Windows 10 on it. Again, check hardware requirements. There may be some minimums it might or might not hit. But yeah, I'm doing 6.3 and under at the moment. Just trying to get dailies done at the moment. But yeah, if you want to move to Windows 11, Evros, you are going to need to update your hardware. That is the long and short of it, mate. Windows 10 will still work in theory. Depends on if it's like a concurrent 2009 machine or if it's pre that. Yes, I do play with my viewers. Yes, we do play as a community. You think the hard drive's broken? Yeah, that won't help either. It sounds like you just need to junk that thing and start over. Border premium, you're progressing from 5. Fair enough. How many people in the same server? Matches vary. If you're talking about how many people to queue, it's a maximum 4 people for the standard modes. Matches on average last about 20 minutes, half hour or so. It depends on the mode. It really, really depends. There are like match timer limits on a lot of the modes that will stop it from dragging on. Modes, for example, is a mode where you'll see it go on forever. Hearts of Iron 4, what nation should you play? That's a difficult one. I mean, you could go for the big superpower nations. I mean, if you want to have something a little bit nuanced and weird, you could go for some of the more slightly obscure ones. I mean, I tried playing China, but fuck me, that's a hard nation to play. Voice chat, there is the option, I believe. There is text chat, but I have all that shit turned off. It opens and then flashes red. Ugh. Oh, it's a HP off. Oh god, so it's probably not even a decent spec then. Oh, you're gonna have fun and games with that thing then. Someone has a computer older than yours? Yeah, I think we found someone, Mark. 1 GB of VRAM? Oh god. Oh, I'm crying internally. Fuck me. Oh, that's not good. I hate to ask, what's the graphics card in it? Oh. Sorry, I'm curious more than anything else now. R5 220. Jeez. Why am I not playing real estate? I want to play multiple vehicles during my dailies. Those are the main reasons. Thanks for the likes, by the way, Zark. Do appreciate it. Play Austria. You could do. I mean, you never know. You could get... The one thing to bear in mind, though, Zuck, as well, with that game, there's, like, realistic, isn't there? And then there's, like, a random mode where anything could happen. If you put it on the random, you never know. It could go a completely different way. It could go completely different. If you play the more strict historical thing where certain beats definitely happen, that can be, yeah, that one can be a tad tricky. You could negotiate your way out of some of the issues, potentially. Might be a little tricky. You got another 2007 pre-Windows 7 Oh god. I hate to ask, but why do you have these? Don't buy a new game because it will not work on it. 1 gig of VRAM goes nowhere these days. We're doing 6.3 and under at the moment for BR. Slow. Oh gosh. We needed one. Rip. That's a shame. Yeah, I don't know how you've ended up with that machine, Evros. I feel your pain trying to play modern games on that. You might want to stick to indie titles or older titles. There's a lot of good classic stuff from early 2000s you probably play on it. You'd be alright. But yeah, with the more modern stuff, you are going to struggle. VRAM will get eaten like crazy, and also just even ordinary RAM. I mean, 16 gig is kind of like the minimum now, really, for a lot of games. It technically doesn't meet the minimum for Silk Song. Oh god, is that what you're trying to play on it? Oh fuck me. What is the minimum spec for that game? Hang on, Silk. So I want to check now. People keep telling me I need to play that game. I really should, but I've been just so busy. Problem is, I'm terrible at those kinds of games. I enjoy them, don't get me wrong, but I am a complete potato. Is this why you're updating your version of Windows? Because it says minimum OS Windows 10. Min spec 4 gig of RAM. Graphics card. It reckons a 560 or a 750. I'll just randomly grab the research. I'm not fussed too much about order. Yes. Yeah, if you download the extra textures, yes, Jack. If your machine's a potato, it will potentially struggle more. So yeah, if you grab that stuff, depends on the spec of your machine. With the options, you can change the graphical settings. I run on high or cinematic. You shouldn't really play the game in cinematic, but I just do because my machine can cope normally. I have it slightly dialed down at the moment because I was I had a piece of hardware that was failing on me, but at the moment I've got it on movie. But yeah, the extra textures are nice. You don't need them to play. They just do make it look a little bit crisper and nicer. But yeah, they will impact performance. It's just gonna enable what. It's just gonna depend on your rig, mate. It's just gonna depend, Jack. Yeah, I'm not fucking around with anything at the moment, Axel. I haven't put my settings back to where they were, and I can't be asked. I'm not doing it in the middle of a stream. I'll do it when I get a spare minute the weekend, hopefully. I've put some stuff back up, but I've just not had the time to get it back to where it was. I've been lazy. Well, I say lazy, I've been busy, really more than anything else. Yeah, I mean, mine aren't far off that at the moment anyway. It's not going to make that much difference. Yeah, customs do have a minimal graphic requirement. Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, Jack's not the one with the balked PC. Evros is the one with the balked PC mark. But yeah, just because the game is 2D doesn't mean it's gonna be easy on your machine. I know plenty of 2D games that can be absurd on performance requirements. I just ran. Yeah, hopefully you'll be alright, Jack. Sorry, yeah, Evros is the one with the dodgy PC or mark. Yeah, that's so good, Axe. So good. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, as I say, if you run it low, you need to sort your operating system out. That's your first problem, Evros. You need to sort your OS out because it sounds like you fucked that shit. If you've got a dodgy yeah, if you got a dodgy hard drive, that's not good. Yeah, I'd say I've seen games like that, Killer. It really just depends. As I say, just because the game's 2D doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be lenient on requirements. There's a lot that goes into games. There's a lot going on under the hood, potentially. So, yeah, something can be graphically simple or visually simple, but... I mean, there are a lot of games that sprawl a lot late game and then become, like, chug monsters. So, it really just depends. Enlisted? I play Enlisted, not very often because I don't have the time, but I do enjoy Enlisted. As I say, if you want to build a new rig, guys, AMD is obviously the way to go. Like, it's much more budget friendly. Obviously, I'm slightly biased with having an AMD rig and having been sponsored by them multiple times, but no, I genuinely really like them. Yeah, if you are looking to upgrade, honestly, it's a budget friendly way of doing it, and you can get a decent spec rig for a reasonable price that will last. If you want longevity, though, go AM5 socket. Because you'll have a bit more support time. So just bear that in mind. I mean, I went a bit bananas with my rebuild, but I'm not planning on mucking around with it for a good while. So... Oh god, do I even have Dwarf Forge? I don't even think I have that. That'd be fun, though. What we are going to be building today, though, is a derpy hotel. That much I can tell you. I'm looking forward to that. Come on. Yeah, we're back on Hotel Architect today. They've got a new level. They got a Las Vegas level they've added. I cannot wait. I need to show you what I did on my New York level. Ah, fuck. I got fucked. Oh god, yeah, we are going to be making it very dirty. The subtitles said dirty? Oh, fuck off. Subtitles are doing me dirty, more like. Even the caption system's like messing with me. Fuck off. Oh my god. It gets everything else out right now, doesn't it? Typical. The one thing it corrected, and it fuck you, caption system, fuck you. God dang it. Still love it, yeah. It probably will be a dirty hotel, after what happened last time anyway. That massive bin fest I had in the lobby on the New York level was ridiculous. I don't want my main lounge to turn into a dumpster fire like last time. We're gonna try and avoid that. We're also gonna try and avoid radiating the chefs this time. I thought we could get away with it if I had a wall between the kitchen and the radiation, but no, it's just, you know. Should have lined the walls with lead, but that's not an option, unfortunately, in the game. So, yeah, it's slightly irradiated chefs. It's fine, though. Does anyone have an interest in being mailed an entire blueberry bush? I would be wondering why you'd be mailing somebody a blueberry bush. You trying to get people to LARP Fortnite IRL or something? Oh no! I mean, you could pee in a bush, I suppose. No, I don't even want to think about that. That's bad. I suppose there's something we could do in the hotel. Let's just have a giant pee bush, couldn't we? Oh god, why? Put the radiation in the meat storage. Oh, God. Yeah, instead of gold-plated meat, we just got radioactive. You're buying a dozen and they're cheaper than what you think they are. Oh, okay. So you have spare bush is what you're saying. Oh, no. Yes, women play War Thunder. Hi, welcome to the internet. We do exist. I am not a mythical being. Got raspberry bushes. Oh, I love raspberries. I bought raspberries yesterday. I've done some raspberry in jelly. So good. Hi, Graham. How you doing? I'm alright. You refuse to believe? Yeah, sorry. Well, hi. Welcome to reality. This is not a dream. You're not sleeping.
The enemy has captured the airfield. We've got to regain control of it immediately.
Come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I want to slowly win. Slowly but surely. We got a bit of a points lead, so that helps. You're in love with some propaganda. Okay!
Just keep it up.
You were trying to buy a fire... Why were you trying to buy a fire truck? I have a feeling we talked about this. Bit random. Yeah, we could just have a hotel toilet just full of bushes. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna end well. Yeah, good luck sorting out your PC, but yeah, you probably want a Windows 7 ISO for that machine, based on what you told me. Yeah, I wouldn't... Windows 11 is not going to work on that. Like I say, there is some, like, current gen tech that is not Windows 11 compliant, so...
We can't let them keep it.
Your machine from 2009 being able to cope with that? Pretty much a given it's a no. Yeah, this is it. Some stuff's supported, some stuff isn't. Unless you know somebody with it on a stick that you can use, but yeah. Who likes shiny toys? What? Oh, God. I mean, funny enough, Josh and I had a discussion about fire trucks and the chrome. As I say, the practicalities of looking after one, they're a little bit more tricky.
Attack the sea point.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Attack the sea point.
Gimme, gimme, gimme. He wanted to buy a fire truck? One of my guys in one of the other chats. Don't ask. He's got money. He wants to have fun. Oh, okay. So at least you've got the right. So you've got the operating system. That's a start. That is a good start out for us. That is a good start. 150,000. Yeah. Just a little bit of cash knocking about. A little bit down the back of the sofa, right? Just a few quid. What I wonder is the maintenance cost, though. Something like that would be crazy. I'm so confused. What did Mark say? Hang on. Someone pee on his bush. Oh, they did pee on them. Ew. Oh my God. Ew. This is why you always wash things, because you don't know who's pissed on it. Whether that be bird poop or a family member. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh no! Who wants to go into their garden and eat piss-covered berries? That's that's so gross. Ugh. I mean, I had family who had strawberry plants, but they didn't pee on them. What in the balls? Oh my god. Yeah, sorry, Luke. Hi, welcome in. Yeah, don't worry. We are having a normal conversation. We were having a yap about PCs and berries and all sorts of other rounds. Anyway, TLDR, you won't be able to see this. It's in another chat, but basically someone's great-grandparents had raspberry and blackberry bushes. Turns out their siblings would eat them, but they stopped eating them because they found out their uncle and cousins peed on them. On the regular. Didn't bother to tell anyone, apparently. So they were nomming on piss-covered fruit. So, the more you know. Yeah, I know, right, Axel? It's a bit of a weird thing to come in on, isn't it? I don't understand. It's like, you could go to the toilet inside, or you could pee on the berry bush. I mean, I know what I'd prefer. How bad does your diarrhea have to be that you just go, fuck it, the bush is a better option? Also, if there's brambles and you accidentally spike your ass, you're gonna regret that one in the morning, I tell ya. I mean, it kind of serves you right at that point for peeing on someone's bushes, but there's so much innuendo in there, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm sure you guys can fill in the blanks, but... Oh, gosh.
Somebody cover me.
Ah! Right. Oh, yeah, bowel conditions are not to be messed with. Bowel conditions suck, they really do. $150 for a statue! Oh my god, it does look good though. Sorry, good smile. I've just done a Majuro McQueen statue and I love the look at it. It's gorgeous. Yeah, I know, but I doubt his cousins had that issue. It just sounded like they were all taking turns pissing in the bush for fun. You want a char statue? I don't know, that would be very cursed. Too early for a piss bush, yeah. To be honest, piss bush just sounds like a really weird beard, doesn't it? Oh no! Oh my god, sorry, I'm having such a weird one today. It just sounds like a beard with fluff in it. I don't know why. I don't know why. Pissvasa. Oh yeah, I know about Pissvasa. Don't worry. I actually played a pub sim game and we made our first drink Pissvasa and our second one was Please Buy Me, I'm Desperate. Third one I think was like Instant Regrets or something. We made an entire beer range just based around bad decision making and desperation pretty much. And the most awful quality materials humanly possible. It was great. It somehow worked as a beer range, and I don't know how we got away with it, honestly. Yes, it was TM, yep, Oh my gosh. I'm not a beer drinker, but I'd like to try the Clarkson's Hawkstone. Just for shits and giggles. Is it worth having Prem? For me, personally, yes. It won't suit everybody. It depends on how much time you've got to play, really. I think it's what it boils down to. It can be really helpful, though. It will speed things up for you. But if you haven't got many hours to play, then you're not going to be able to get as much out of it. You know what I mean? So... really just depends on what your priorities are and how much time you've got to dedicate to the game. If that makes sense. Yeah, no, it's understandable. Look, I would say if you are gonna grab it, wait until it goes half off, because it goes half off on the regular, so. The birthday anniversary event is a good one. That's like November, so it normally goes half off then, but that's what I would do. I'd wait till that event happens and then get it on the shop. And there are certain CCs who have a code and you can collect their decals, but also, if you're being frugal, more importantly, you get like 3% extra off. So you can stack a little bit more discount and get a free decal cosmetic. I don't have one of those codes. I'm not the required tier for that, but I have a friend who has one, as well as a bunch of other people obviously have them too. But yeah, that'd be the way to do it if you want to be frugal and get it. Because you can get like a year's worth for like the cost of half a year, and then stack a little extra discount.
Oh
It's the easiest way to do it. If you really want to commit, you can go for smaller quantities, obviously. It just depends. Oh, I get in the middle of nowhere, you know, peeing outside is... Yeah, I get that. But, like, if you're not that far from your house, just go inside. See, that's the sensible thing to do. Yeah, no, that's understandable, Luke. Honestly, I get it. It's not easy to cover expenses as a creator. Yeah, I always advocate creators don't spend more than what you make. Definitely. Have an extra source of income. Spreadsheet everything and keep an eye on it. Best thing you can do just to avoid things getting out of control. Yeah, very random conversation screen. We were talking about PCs and berries and people peeing. I swear there's like a logical reason for it. It's not just me being weird. Hard to believe, I know, but like genuinely, it's not my fault. We've also found somebody with a more ancient PC than Mark as well. Somehow it's actually happened. No, what I'm waiting for, Mark, is your computer to end up in the equivalent of the Natural History Museum, but for computers. Honestly, I don't mean this as a dig, but genuinely, you need to enter every giveaway that you can. I hope you get a replacement, honestly. Because, yeah, you are very, very unfortunate being that behind on the computer at the moment. That's still good overall, still good. How's your day been though, Screamer? Everything all good? Honestly, I like Pisswasser. I don't mean to drink it. I mean, like, the name in the game? Great. That's the thing with a lot of the GTA brands. I do like the social commentary side of it and the absolute wee-wee they take out of everything. It's great. You're running the PC without the panels at OP. That's not a good sign. That is a really bad sign. Normally taking the panels off disrupts airflow and is not a good thing. The fact that you have to take the panels off and it improves the airflow is disturbing. That is not good. That means you've got one of several issues. Either your CPU fan is cooking everything, in which case you're in deep shit. You haven't got the proper flow pressure, or you haven't got the throughput. None of those are good. And also you've got the ratio of the size of the case to the volume of the air in the case. So again, the throughput. Oh god, I'm worried. That machine just flat out sounds fucked, Evros. It's a single front fan. Oh god. Ah! Oh, please don't tell me it's a small front fan as well. They say it's at least a 120 mil. It's not, is it though? It's not gonna be, is it? Oh god. Have you got a fan in the back? Or the bottom, by any chance? You say a Chinese... Right, so you've got a GPU with one fan on it as well. Oh god. Ah! Better than yesterday? Well, that's a good start, Screamer. I'll have my fingers crossed for you. I'm okay. Had a bit of a meh morning. Got up early. Really tired. Went to bed stupid late. Is Mark using floppy disks? He's probably not that far off using floppy disks. I'd like to hope he has a disk drive, but then again, most modern machines don't have a disk drive. Why have you put jizz in my chat, Mark? What the fuck are you on about? Your one supports floppies. Yeah, I'm sure it does at that age. Oh god, that sounds really wrong out of context. It's like there's a pill for that. Oh god. Look, there wasn't anything wrong with a good 3.5-inch floppy back in the day, and I do not mean that in a weird way. Hi, user. I'm sorry you joined just as I said that. I swear this is an innocent conversation. We're talking about ancient PC technology, which was loved at the time. Not so good now, though. There's nothing wrong with a good floppy, okay? You just, as I say, not terribly practical in this day and age. Didn't we work out you need like 7,500 floppy disks to install warthunder these days or something? Hi Atticus. I do not give out political opinions for legal and partnership reasons. Sorry. We have a no politics rule in here. I will give you a generalized opinion, which is, I don't think anyone should be targeted for anything. I do not care what your beliefs are. But I'm not getting into politics here. I do not wish harm onto anyone. Ever. But yeah, please do not bring politics into chat. I will not answer questions related to it. Sorry. I can understand that, Atticus. I can understand that. I get where you're coming from, and honestly, I feel like that's the more mature way to deal with the topic. I think it says more about them than it does him, let's be honest. Yeah, if you want to come and play Everos, you'll need to build a set. 6.3 and under Air Arcade is what we're doing at the moment. I will give you some time to do that. But just let me know when you've done it. And then if you do want to play, you can. Back to me loving floppies. Look! Look! You're talking to someone who still has a CD drive in their machine, okay? I'm less attached to floppies than I am CDs, alright? But floppies have a time and a place, okay? They are a good piece of technology. Yeah, as I say, Avros, we do a cap and under system, so you can bring your 5.3s in. That's absolutely fine. You will be up-tiered, though. Don't bitch about it. It's generally the way we approach it here. 5.3 should be fine in a 6.3, though. You are going to end up coming up against 7s, but it's not impossible to deal with. But yeah, that's fine. So it's a cap and under system we use here. Oh, VHS. Dude, I still have VHSs everywhere. I have mountains of VHS tapes. I have absolutely fucking mountains of them. There is nothing wrong with VHS. The only downside with VHS is obviously they demagnetize over time, which sucks balls. So, that's like the one sucky thing with it. Also, if you rewinded one section of tape, it would stretch. You know which bit always got rewound, because, yeah, the sound of the video would go a bit wonk on it. As the tape got stretched out in one section. Hi! You're right. You okay? You okay? ASMR. ASMR for what? I'm so confused. Not floppies or VHSs. I'm blah. You'll get there, Biz. You'll get there. You will get there. If you had Helldivers on a floppy disk, oh god. Right, what is the install size of Helldivers? Let's start with that. What is the full install size? Right, how much can I store on a floppy? Let's do that. How much can I store on a 3.5-inch floppy? Let's start with that. 1.44 megabytes. Ooh. It's 141 gig. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Right, 141.22 gigabytes in megabytes. Let's make sure we get that right. Oh, God. Right. Okay, calculator time. 141220 divided by 1.44. You would need 98,069 floppies. So just a few. Yeah, I think I'm misremembering how many floppies when we needed for War Thunder, just slightly. Anyway, yeah, so if you've got 98,000 of the fucking things lying around, you're all good. Have fun install. Could you imagine how slow that would be, though? Because the read-write rate of that. You'd be there a whole fucking year installing that. That's the other thing people forget as well. Like, modern hard drives can read and write so much faster. You don't think some of the... Yeah, that is very true, actually, Mark. Yeah, some of the files probably would not fit. There are probably asset files that are a lot bigger than that. That in itself would be a problem, yeah. You don't have infinite time on GeForce? Yeah, that's services subscription. You were installing Windows yesterday, took 15 hours. Yeah, Windows is a pain in the ass. When I redid my machine recently, I was like, fuck it, I ain't doing a reinstall of Windows. Balls to that. I only mess with that stuff when I absolutely have to. Windows 11 right now is what is still a huge problem for streamers, unfortunately, so... There's no point in me upgrading to it at the moment. It's gonna be more aggravation than it's worth. So yeah... Honestly, if I'm gonna do anything, I will probably just get a commercial Windows 10 license. And I'll just get the elongated support via that, because I'd rather do that right now. I would rather do that than move to Windows 11. The mobile phone... Dude, I still have my first mobile phone. That thing still works. I still have my Nokia 3510i, and it still works. Those things do not die. When the world turns into Fallout, it's gonna be cockroaches and Nokias that will survive. That's literally gonna be the end of the earth. Your CD drive says manufactured in 2007. Yeah. Yeah, I suspect your parts in your machine are possibly not 100% 2009 only. Yeah, don't pee on your blackberries. Yeah. Yeah, do not pee on your berries. That will end badly. You do not want pee contamination in your berry supply. That sounds really wrong. That sounds very, very wrong. No, I didn't start it. I'm sweet innocent. I am sweet and innocent. Dang it. I'm 100% sweet and innocent certified, okay? You guys are the ones peeing on your berries, okay? And doing weird stuff. It's not me. You're playing with your floppies and peeing on your berries. That's a you problem, not a me problem. I'm just here sweet and innocently playing a game. Okay, you guys are doing the weird stuff, alright? I'm just being sweet and innocent all over here in the corner. Okay. Samsung Star? Oh god, yeah, that goes back away. I remember when Blackberries were all the rage. Oh my god, not the kind you pee on, evidently, or at least my chat pees on. I'm talking about the phone. Although you could pee on it, I don't think that would do the warranty any good. Sorry, it was just a random crossover and chain of thought there. Oh gosh, I found an LG phone recently. I'd completely forgotten I even had. No idea if that thing works. I've not tried to boot it. Tell you what, I'm glad I changed phone when I did, because my oh my god, my old phone still works, but barely. It's a complete struggle fest. I am glad I got off that before it completely balked, because oh my god, that thing was just. I loved it while it lasted, but it's just obviously showing its age now. No, I didn't, Nev. You're misquoting me. Shut the fuck up. Your Redmi Note 4 works fine. It's 10 years old? I mean, sometimes the older things are better. They're built to last. Is it bad? I'm like, Josh is a good example of this. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Josh, if he sees this. I like it old and robust. Oh god, he's gonna hate me. Sorry, Josh. You come with a 20-year warranty and it's great. Oh, no. Look, he's 40 now, okay? I'm not that far behind him, though. Sadly. God, is it really bad? It's like my birthday stream's gonna be in November. I'm gonna be 35. Ah! 3-month warranty. Dude, you'd be lucky if you get a 3-month warranty. It'll be like 3 days. I'm a complete, like, pile of mush. We all know this. Shut up about the yawning. Please don't. I'm so tired. You're gonna be 28 tomorrow? Congrats! Welcome to being nearly 30. It's not that bad, I promise. The joints are just more achy. You'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. No, I'm not nearly 70. Shut up! I might feel like it, and my dress sense might come out of the Victorian era, but it's not quite that bad. Hey, Blade, I'm not quite that bad. Shush thy tush. Oh, gosh. 23. Mark, you're a fetus. Too young, I know, right? Exactly. Everybody's gonna start showing their age now. Yeah, I was just waiting for you to queue, dude. You didn't formally queue, mate. You need to provide in-game name, make sure your settings are correct, and make sure you have a set physically ready to play. That's what you need to do per the lobby rules. So sort your settings out, have your set ready, and provide your in-game name, please. And then we can go from there. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I was not there for the French Revolution. Shut up. Oh my god. Oh gosh. It's not like playing Assassin's Creed Syndicate was reliving my youth, okay? Or the French one. I always forget which one's the French one. Is it Liberty? I can't remember. There's too many ass Creed games at this point. I get confused. Yes, partly my old age. I know, I'll go there before somebody else does. Oh, gosh. Guys, I'm not that old. Shush. It's not that bad. Not that bad at all. I'm a sweet innocent little sausage. I'm a bimbo. Don't you dare call me a bimbo. I'm not a bimbo. I have a brain. I just choose not to use it in my current decade. I'm conserving my energy for the winter that is the 40s. Okay? I'm waiting until I'm 40 and then I'm gonna have a big burst of, like, brain power. I'm storing it up like a big battery. I'm in my 30s, like, slumber currently. Hey, Quand, how you doing? You're so mean, Nav. You're so mean. Come on. There we go. I don't think you're the only one that's been thinking that, CM. No, it's all good. They do exist, Quan. They do exist. Yeah, you will find some. The more that kind of stuff you watch, the more that will probably get recommended to you. It's kind of normally how it works on here. Everos, I'm still waiting for that in-game name, please. I need that in-game name and confirmation you understand the rules and have a set ready to go. I'm just finishing off my cup of tea at the moment. Nice cuppa. Ah, Is it really 2 o'clock already? Holy shit. Brain fart.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Well, I didn't know that your in-game name was the same as your channel name. Sorry, I'm not psychic. My crystal balls are firmly attached to my boyfriend, and I'm not going to fondle them to see into the future. That's fine. I've just grabbed the username, but yeah, it is important that you put it in chat regardless. I need confirmation though you have a set ready and that you understand the rules. If you can confirm that, that would be appreciated. No, don't open the back door for Raptor. Shut up. Patrick, thanks for the follow. UK, sorry, we're just having a little derp at the moment. Oops. There we go. I need to get back on Ark. I need to get back on Ark. No, Nev, don't twist it. Don't twist it. Favorite mode? I mean, I play Arcade Air mostly, but I like my boats as well. I don't mind, though, either way. You never saw the rules? Well, I need to go through them then, because you're not allowed to queue until you've gone through them. I did call them out earlier today. But yeah, very simple. Don't throw, don't break TOS, don't AFK in the middle of matches. First come, first serve for lobby spots. You must provide your in-game name in order to participate. If you can't do that, tough shit, you ain't playing. Please make sure your name is provided accurately, otherwise I will not be able to search and find you. You need to be physically ready to play and have the set ready in order to participate. I will call out a mode and a BR number. All of your vehicles must be below that BR in order to participate. I'm currently doing 6.3 Arcade Air, so your set must contain only vehicles on or under that. If you are on console, you must have crossplay enabled on both the console and the client. All players must be able to accept invites from non-friends. Please make sure this setting is correct.
We've got to counterattack.
And that's pretty much it. If I shout your in-game name and you don't respond or you don't accept the invite, then you go to the back of the queue. Do it too many times, you'll be perma-yeeted for the day. It's pretty simple. Anyone breaches the rules of the lobbies, they can get a lobby ban or a community ban. Because it's just disrespectful. It's fairly straightforward.
We've suffered a defeat.
What if your GeForce time runs out? It's important that you manage that yourself. If you do not have enough time left on your GeForce, you don't participate in the next match. Simple as. Only participate in matches if you have sufficient amount of time to do so. It's a multiplayer game. You shouldn't be disconnecting in the middle of a match. If there's a fire in your house, different kind of story. But yeah. It's your responsibility to monitor your amount of available time. You got 40 minutes, then we should be able to get at least one match. Right. Please confirm you have a set ready and you understand the rules and have all your settings correct. When you do that, I will then invite you. Mac, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, Angus. You got to 4-7 boats. Nice. Good, good, good. Brilliant. Cool, Everos. Right. I am inviting you. There you go. Thanks for the hydrate the posture check. Appreciate it. Why not play Helldivers? I'd like to play Helldivers. I don't currently have it installed. Yeah, they're using a cloud gaming system. Yeah, they're using GeForce's cloud gaming. They're obviously on the free one, so they have a capped amount of time before they get yeeted. A lot of them have limits unless you pay the subscription fee. Yeah, you run it as well? Yeah. Right, ready up, please. I don't see any vehicles selected. We're doing Air Arcade 6.3 and under. Please select your vehicles. It is still not showing vehicles. Okay, weird. It must be bugged. Don't know what's going on there. It's showing you as having no vehicles, and I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. That is weird. Alright, we'll get stuck in. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing your vehicles. I probably does, Mark. That would be an easy way for them to shave time off. It didn't even put you in the match? Okay, you're showing us in. Exit the game and reload back in. It might have bugged, but it's showing you as in and it's showing you spawned.
The airfield is ours.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, it might have bugged.
Defend the B point.
That's a different guy? Well, okay, I don't know where you are then. That is a different guy, you are right. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't pull you in then. Sorry, no idea. It wasn't showing you as having any vehicles, but you were listed as ready. It allowed me the queue. I've no idea, dude. Sorry, I'll try and pull you in after this match, but... yeah, I don't know why I didn't pull you in. You might need to reload. Yeah, I don't get to stream Saturdays very often. I'll see if I can cram it in on a sensible day. Why does nothing even work? It should work. You can queue with me with 5-3s. You can technically queue with reserves if you want. That is perfectly fine. The queuing system will allow for that. I think you need to reboot your game though. It sounds like your copy of the game is bugged out. I can't be sure as to why, but it didn't pull you in and you're saying there's issues on your side. So yeah, I would reboot the game. They're not playing in a browser. They're using cloud gaming. So it's something either cloud gaming side or something to do with it being streamed. I don't know, but there's something funky going on. But they were showing us ready, but with no vehicles. Now they're just showing us off. You're in the browser for the cloud gaming, yeah. Oh yeah, I get that bit, but yeah, I don't know why. You're just showing us offline currently, and I don't know why I didn't pull you in. I'm sorry. We do Derpy Farm, yes. Thursdays. Yep, it's Thursdays. Not every Thursday though, it's alternating Thursdays for Farming Sim. It should be next. It should be next week, but I've got a schedule change that I've got to do, unfortunately, due to an appointment. So at the moment, the next one is scheduled in, I think, for the 2nd of September. I might see about doing the week before that on Farming Sim. Your browser crashed. Okay, yeah, well, that might be a browser issue then. But yeah, Derpy Farm is still a thing. We do still do it. I just can't do it every Thursday, unfortunately. I've got a lot of things going on. So yeah, there will be some slight schedule adjustments. I'm going to try and sort all that out. But yeah, just keep an eye on the schedule for Derpy Farm. As for Helldivers, yeah, I'll see about putting it in. I've had a few people ask for it. I haven't had a chance to revisit in donkeys though. Need to get it reinstalled and get refamiliarized. I'll try and figure out a day that works for everyone. Can't be sure though. Oh, Chromium overloaded. Yeah, okay, nothing I can do about that then. Yeah, that's the browser issue then. But yeah, we're doing 6.3 and under at the moment, surprise. 6.3 and under Air Arcade. Just doing dailies at the moment. So I'm just chilling on the French set currently. Slowly getting through there. Might see about popping in boats later. I've got the event boat thing, so gonna possibly see about playing that in a bit. But yeah, I want to get dailies out of the way.
We've got to act fast.
And then we've got Hotel Architect for later. So, that's today's plan. Alright, that's what we're gonna do today. Yeah, it's alright, Evros. I might have to re-invite you, but we'll sort it out in a minute. Hi, Niels. I will play the game how I want to play. I do not mind advice, but this is arcade. I'm not a sweaty. I will just chill and play. I don't really care. Arcade players play low anyway.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
But yes, I am aware. I am amply aware. Doesn't mean I'm gonna do it though. No, shut up with the yawning bullshit, Nav. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Hi, Hannah. How you doing? You're alright. Is there any more sight? There is. Where is it? There is... Oh, it's that one there. Okay, let's go and try and do something about this. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, I'm okay. A little unwell this morning. I'm doing okay though, I'm alright. Just early up. So, a bit knackered. I was up really late last night as well. I'm okay though, I'm not too bad. Looking forward to playing games today though and just chilling. Oh my god, those are still... Yeah, funny, I looked up the Nokia 3510Is. There were still people selling those. Define early. I was up doing content stuff up until about 4, half 4 in the morning. And then got up out of bed at 7. Had to go do some shopping this morning. So... I know it's not early for some people, but I am not a morning person, so... Yep, I've got that username surprise. I got that marked down. I'll bring you in after this one. Oh, come on.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Yeah, a lot of people do want the really old mobiles still. I mean, if it wasn't for the lack of App Store, I'd quite happily with a lot of them, honestly. I'd say a lot of the old ones are so damn robust. Fucking hell, I threw them up my ass. Alright, let's go again. Highest BR, I have max, technically. I have max BR, technically. If you're talking about in this match in particular, I'm doing 6-3 and under currently. But I assume you mean my tech trees as a whole. But yeah, I do technically have max BR vehicles. Oh gosh, sorry, my hands are really clicky today. Sorry. Having joint issues. It's a problem with the weather. It sets it all off. Oh yeah, 100% had it. 100%. Highest BR tank, whatever the Leopard one is. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but whatever the Leopard one is. I mean, there's some other stuff I've picked up from BPs and that, but I can't remember what BR they are. But, yeah, sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head, but Leopard one's the highest I've grinded. Tank-wise. Come on. I'm gonna try and get over there. We got all the sights though, so that's good. We're in a pretty decent position. I do not like how many of them there are lurking around though. That's scary. Ah! When is GTA 6 coming out? It's early next year, right? I lose track. I completely lose track.
The enemy has captured the airfield. We can't let them keep it.
Oh, is it even later? Oh, okay.
The enemy
I'll
has
get
captured
it,
the
but I'll probably
airfield.
try and pick up
We
on
need to
discount if I'm gonna
access
get it. It's one of those games where I don't really want to play full price with it. I would rather wait. Oh, 2026 for console? Okay. I'm definitely gonna have to wait then. Hey, Paula, how you doing? Yeah, they've probably got like a 1 or 2 year exclusivity on it then. I'm playing France at the moment, Reese. I'm just mucking around at the moment, just trying to do dailies. Not doing the most effective on them at the moment, but it is okay. Managing, we're getting by at the moment. Come on, he gets stuck in there. We've got a good margin of lead though. Just need to try and do something about it to kind of sort it out. No, every single individual vehicle has to be 6.3 or under. We do not do averages. This is why we do this, for simplicity. It is judged on an individual vehicle basis. Yeah, the reason we do this is because we had people trying to sneak shit in and it was causing queue problems. People were intentionally taking 3 vehicles and then skewing the queue, which was creating a load of problems, so... Yep, every vehicle individually must be on or under the cap. Ah, fair enough, Reese. You can post, yeah, you can post comments on stuff. I don't think you can put images in comment sections. At least not on most platforms. We do have a Discord where you can share images of stuff, but you'll need a community rank, but I do give out the basic one these days. But yeah, you're welcome to share stuff in there. But yeah, when it comes to posting images, you can't directly post it into a comment. At least that I'm aware of, anyway. You can put them into... Oh, okay, I didn't know about that, Reese. Yeah, I haven't posted a vid in ages on there. I will be posting more, but I don't know when that's going to be happening. I haven't got an ETA on it. It's something I want to get back to reliably doing, but I've just not had an opportunity to get caught up on everything. Got 4 planes ready to go? Cool, brilliant. I will get you invited after this. That's fine. What I probably do is I'll do a match with you guys, and I need a quick break just so I can sort mum out with the lunch situation. I've had War Thunder since 2013, Reese. But I only got a couple of 100 hours in on the game, and then had to quit due to internet issues when I got back home from uni. Only played the game very chill, very, very lightly. Came back to the game properly in 2022, and got about 2,300 hours now on the game. So I'm slowly building up. Yeah, as long as it's TOS compliant, Axel, that's absolutely fine. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I will get the upgrades on these vehicles eventually. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me to be later, gamer. Makes sense. I hate it when companies do that, but I kind of get why. Releasing on everything at once is an absolute nightmare. Yeah, TOS more than covers that, Axel. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hang on, I've missed something. Oh, I see, right. Okay, sorry, I've caught up now, I understand. Sorry, I've just realized what you guys were yapping about. Sorry, I just twigged. Thanks for the likes, by the way, Reese. Do appreciate that. Oh, come on, 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 come on. Yeah, sorry, I just realized. Sorry, I'm being like super brain fart. Hi, Ariel. Yes, 6.3 and under Air Arcade. We do have a few people that are trying to participate, though. There is a space currently. But yeah, 6.3 and under Air Arcade. That's currently where we're at. What I might do is actually take my break now, and then we'll play. Just gives me a chance to get everybody in, get everybody set. Because, I need the loo. Yep, you still have to provide in-game name like normal, Ariel, just like everybody else. Right, well that's my special done. Well, I'm sorry, if the server doesn't bring you in, there's not a great deal I can do, Everos. Sorry, mate. These things do happen. Sorry you've run into that issue, but that can happen. Right, Alba, King Cat, you guys have got invites. Will it work this time? I don't know. I cannot guarantee. Hopefully it will. You didn't get it? Okay, I will resend it. I have resent it. Right. Okay, that's pulled everybody in. Right, give me 2 minutes, guys. I'm gonna go check on my mum quickly. Sorry, I just need the loo a minute. So I'm just gonna go quickly sort her out. Okay, and then we'll get back to playing. Because you guys a few seconds if you want to change your sets up. But yeah, hard cap 6.3. Okay, guys, I'll be as fast as I can. I'm back. Sorry about the wait. Right, mum is okay, so... Right, everybody ready up, please? King Cat, please ready? And then we'll get moving. Kick you. Which account was yours? Yours was Alba, wasn't it? Oh, your electrics crashed? Hang on, which account's which? Oh, yours is the King Cat one, right? Right, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine, thank you. Sorry, look, I get confused, alright? Ow. Alright, so I've got a drink. I'm just gonna settle back in. See if it gives us a match. Hopefully it'll be okay. Yeah, I hope you get your electric sorted alright. You're in the waiting screen? Well, that's a good start. Yeah, I don't know what happened, Everall. Sorry, dude. There's not much I can do about it. Hopefully it'll be okay this time, though. How you doing, Oliver? I'm okay. I'm just really tired. Was up stupid late last night again. I'm really tired, but I'm okay. just getting some dailies done at the moment. Oh, could you... Okay, hang on, hang on. Alright, there you go. Since you're doing that, I'm gonna quickly grab my next war bond mission. Because I forgot to do it. I'm not slacking. I'm not the one slacking. Yeah, I exited because someone wanted to rejoin the queue, Ross. Your mouse isn't being detected by the PC. Can you fix it quickly? You have a lot of issues on your machine. You really need to sort that. Are you able to sort it? Otherwise I'll have to kick you. You replugged it? It's fine now? Right, let's go then. Yeah, sorry, I can't help that. If your computer develops an issue because I do something in-game, sorry. There's not a great deal I can do about that. Hey, Crispy. Are you going to play, by the way, on Friday? Fucking ads! Oh my god. I'm trying to talk to Crispy, dang it! Oh, he can hear me. Oh, thank fuck for that. Yeah, I don't know what you want to play. I don't know whether you want to do, like, War Tales, or... do some already or not. I don't know. Just let me know. I mean, I'm good either way. Yeah. Yeah, I know they're really aggressive with it, Crispy. Well, the fact that 80% of their advertising looked at probably helps Crispy just a tad. Hey, Willow. You've got 300 ping? Yeah, it's gonna depend. Thank you, Willow. How you doing? What were you on? Hang on. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, you're on warthunder. How'd your matches go? Yeah, the person you were talking about, they're using a streaming service for their games on a 2009 PC, which isn't working properly. So, you've got the issue of whatever their internet connection is, plus the fact they're on a potato machine that isn't behaving itself, which had a broken version of Windows on it up until not long ago. Using a browser to play via a cloud gaming service to a multiplayer game. And I'm connected to both the EU and the NA server at the moment. And I don't know where this cloud-based gaming server is. Plus they've got the increased latency from the machine itself to them. So... it might be showing as 300 ping to them. It's going to inevitably be more than that. But by how much, I don't know. Hi, War Daddy, how you doing? I don't know what you're on about, BR, what I would like to do. I don't know what you're on about, dude. Don't know what you're on about, buddy. I don't see anything else in the conversation. There might be a held message, but I cannot see it. Oh, you're talking about the guy earlier chatting about, yeah, the purchase. Yeah, I don't know if he's still there. I was waiting for him to answer something funnily similar enough to what you said, and I've not had a reply, so not been able to answer that one for them. I have heard about it, Ariel. No, I cannot talk about political matters. No, we have a no politics, no religion policy here. We do not get into any of that here. Sorry. Can't do it for a combination of legal and partnership reasons. But no, we'll not be discussing that with a barge pole at all. But yes, I am aware of it. But no, I will not be talking about it. Sorry. Yeah, please, no politics, guys in chat. No politics, please. I am aware of it. Don't want to see it discussed in my chat. I will purge it. Don't care what side of the argument you're on. Don't bring it in here, please. I'll type to you in the staff chat, Crispy. I can't say it on stream. If you want to talk about it in private DMs, guys, that's totally fine. Just not in my chat rooms, please, or you'll get me into trouble.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Fuck me. That's a tricky one, Ariel, because that often ends up landing in political areas as well, due to the motivations of it. So no, I would rather you didn't. Also, as well, a lot of TOSs have rules about not discussing that kind of stuff regardless. Those kinds of acts actually come under violence policies, so I don't think it's allowed regardless where you're sat and yapping. I think you can still get done for discussing that regardless. Crispy, I've just put it in the chat for you. Dogs are better than cats. Oh god! Oh, that's like doing the pineapple on pizza thing. I'm talking to my moderators at the moment.
Need backup. The enemy has captured the airfield. We need to regain control of it immediately.
Come on, he's trying to get some enemies. How you doing, Warped? You're right. Take the cats? Yeah. Men's is doing a bit better, by the way, on the topic of cats. Mittens, she's actually coming downstairs now more. So, she's actually eating a bit more food now. Now the kids are back at school. So, hopefully she's gonna be okay. I do love the little puss puss. She's so cute. I can't wait to see her again. No, I do not have the permission to play ABBA's music on my stream. No. I haven't had a chance to look into it, and it would more than likely be more than prohibitively expensive, but no. I have not had a chance to look into it. I will still look into it just for shits and giggles, but... yeah, statistically highly unlikely, Ariel. Highly unlikely, given who the rights holder is. Might be able to get it for cheap. Highly doubtful.
Victory
Highly, highly doubtful.
We've captured the airfield. We must not let the enemy recapture it.
As I say, I will still look into it for you, but it's highly, highly unlikely. It will not be cheap, that much for certain. A lot of their music is owned by Universal, and they're one of the ones notorious for charging an arm and a leg, so... As I say, I will look into it, but I don't know when I'm going to get time for it, and you're not... It's very, very unlikely it's going to happen. They will inevitably charge an arm and a leg. It will run into thousands, if not more, and they probably won't cover all the platforms that I would require it for. So, do not get your hopes up, okay? That's what I'm telling you. Do not get your hopes up. Pay to win city building game? What the fuck are you looking at? Oh god, is it some mobile garbage? Oh god, I'm not touching mobile games with a barge pole, sorry. Uma Musume is like the one exception of a game I found that's good.
The enemy has captured
I still do not like the gacha, but... Yeah, I love city building games, but yeah, I'm sorry, anything mobile or anything pay to win shit, I don't want to go anywhere near. So, yeah. I have no idea which game you're on about though, Mark, but... Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Clash of Clans? Oh god. Oh, fuck me. I'm gonna lose this vehicle. I'm going to lose this vehicle. I'd have to look it up. I'm not aware of that one. Yeah, I'm not aware of that one. Hang on, I'm trying to look it up on Google. Yeah, you can link me. I've just found it on Google. I don't know, I'm looking at it and I'm like, that looks very AI generated. It also says cash rewards, so that's probably got blockchain tied into it. I'd be wary of that personally. Yeah, it is. It's NFT blockchain, dude. Yeah, dude, that's AI generated garbage and they're using blockchain. That game will die on its ass within a couple of months. They'll do a pump and dump on that.
The enemy has captured the airfield.
That game will be a pump and dump, I can almost guarantee it. I've seen many, many games like that. I've actually been asked to be sponsored by some of them. I have told them all to piss off. But yeah, no, that's NFT garbage, dude. That's NFT AI garbage. That thing will be dead within a couple of months. They'll pump and dump and run. 90% of them do. They might be the rare exception, but the currency will go through the floor, the player base will disappear, and a lot of those games are not very mechanically well thought out, because that's an afterthought more often than not, and it leads to an undercooked bullshit game that's barely a game. Yeah, they are screaming. Uma Musume is actually very good. Uma Musume is actually a really good game. But, yeah, good mobile games are very, very few and far between. Yeah, no worries. That's all good, Everos. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging, though. You wish you could float? Yeah, I know. There is a lot of free ways to earn stuff, but I get it's because of the country restrictions you can't. It is a very, very good game, though. I just wish they made it less RNG focused. That's my big criticism of it. I know! How did Ronaldo passed away? I know! Grass Wonder passed away not long ago as well. It sounds like How Do passed because of colic, but... Oh god, fucking Cryptozoot. That dude, he still needs to, like, fess up for that one. That shit's really bad. Although, have you seen what Nintendo's just done? Cryptos are even technically might not be allowed now. As will a lot of other games. Nintendo just got a new patent. Anything with monsters that battle or passively, like, work alongside you is now copyrighted. They can now do you for a trademark infringement for it, allegedly, apparently, under their new bullshit. So, yeah, basically, no more monster hunting, catching, or battling games is basically what they've managed to do, because the patent office was stupid enough to grant it. Which is completely batshit crazy, given that Pokemon is basically a rip-off of another Pokemon-esque style battling game. It was a game that came before it. And a lot of the monster designs are suspiciously similar. Allegedly. And now they have the balls to have a patent that basically just would kill a genre. Yeah. They're gonna go after any small indie. Yeah. They wanna go after the Temtems and the Power Worlds, and basically we can't be asked to make our game good, so we're gonna make it so that you guys can't even make a game in that genre. That's basically, in my opinion, what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Yeah, patent offices are per country, yes. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is the whole cross-border thing and enforcement. It's a whole messy problem. But yeah, they've basically tried to make an entire genre impossible to make through a patent. That's what they're doing, effectively. In my opinion, allegedly, Nintendo, don't sue me, fuck off. I'm entitled to have my opinion. People can make their own judgments of what you've done by reading your patents, but that's my take on it. You're massively overreaching. What was the game that they copied? Dragon something, wasn't it? What was it? Dragon Quest or something? I can't remember what it was called. It's Dragon something. Was it Dragon Quest? I can't remember. It was Dragon something. It was some fucking monster game that existed pre-Pokemon. You prefer tomatoes. Enjoy your tomatoes, Ariel. Yeah, that's why a lot of people won't make content on their games, Elsie, because they're very egregious with their enforcement. It's one of the reasons I don't touch them. I'll play the Pokemon games, but only up to Gen 3, because, Game Freak owns the, copyright for those, not Nintendo directly. Although that's all amalgamated and changed since then. But they're the ones you can get away with. Beyond that, you're a bit in dodgy territory. I like Nintendo games. There are some really good Nintendo games, but yeah, they don't play fair. Yeah, well, I'm having a discussion about it, Ariel. It's gonna come up a lot. Go figure. Yeah, I'd love to get a Switch. I'm not gonna do it. Can't afford one for a start. As I say, I wouldn't be able to stream it even if I did have one, because it's far too risky with them being the way they are. A lot of companies don't play fair. Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, it's just EA and Nintendo are two of the worst examples. Oh, there were other games, Crispy. There was plenty of other ones. They just didn't reach the level of notoriety that Power World did. That's the problem. Temtem did alright for a while. There was a bunch of other ones. There was that one about cassettes. Cassette Beast? That was good. That one was very, very small though. Very good game though. Cassette Beast was really fun. But yeah, like under this new pattern, even that wouldn't be allowed because you're still summoning a beast to fight for you. So... But yeah, no, in my opinion, this is just my read on it, some people will disagree. The reason Nintendo has gone absolutely bonkers in the last... It's Power World's too big and they don't like competition, that's what it boils down to. They can't fix their games, they're too busy pumping too many of them out, they're not focusing on the quality of what they're producing. People are rightfully annoyed with where the series has gone. And are upset with it. They're all kind of held hostage because we all have a lot of nostalgia for Pokemon, and the second something else comes along that takes a bite of their pie, they can't stand it. Management gets too insecure about the stock prices dropping, and that's why they shit a brick and have a ton of bullshit overreaching patents. Just my opinion, allegedly. But yeah, this all stems from insecurity and being lazy and not wanting to actually make a good quality game. That's what it boils down to. I think there are some amazing artists at Nintendo, from a technical standpoint and a visual standpoint, and even with the music as well. But you've got the classic issues in games with AAA of too much bloat, insane expectations. Pushing shit out the door too fast. Like, there's a massive chain reaction of issues. The other thing as well, with a brand as big as Pokemon, you've got all the tie-ins and the merch and everything else, and sometimes those things fight each other when it comes to designing a game. Because it's like, oh, I gotta include this character, because merch. You know, not necessarily, you know, game balance or other aspects being important. You know, oh, I've got to put it on this piece of hardware and it's not keeping up with the demands of what I need it to do, among other things, you know. So not enough time to crunch everything down properly and optimize the assets, you know. There's lots of moving parts to it. What I'm saying is the blame isn't all in one area, okay? There's multiple reasons projects like that can struggle and have issues. And they don't always collide in a way that make the best experience for the consumer. And that's why you end up with a compromised project. Whether that be release date, quality, bugs, narrative design, you know. You also can get, you know, cases where an artistic design choice is made and it just doesn't play out very well. That can happen. It just really depends. But, yeah. I feel like there's, like I say, increasing issues with those kinds of projects. Too many things pulling in too many directions, and I don't think the priorities are right. as I say, my personal opinion. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah. The Japanese copyright and patent enforcement is very aggressive. Yeah, I have heard about that. But yeah, that's one of the reasons they can get away with it. But yeah, it's still a massive overreach and ridiculous. I personally don't have an issue with brands protecting their brand. That be the name of the brand or the characters. Fine, you do that. I don't have an issue with that. You've earned the right to keep hold of that and not have someone else rip it off. But when it comes to like game design, like I don't want your code stolen. I think that's awful. Nobody should do that. But what I don't think is an issue is I don't think you should be able to like copyright the concept of a monster being in a video game or a monster battling for you. Mechanics being you shouldn't be able to patent mechanics. I think it's utterly insane. The code that executes the mechanics, fine. Don't have a problem with that. I don't want anyone directly copying it. It'd be like a plumber and another plumber coming up with two different solutions to the same problem. Yeah, they should be able to patent their individual solutions. But if someone comes up with another way to do the thing that they've done, then it shouldn't be an infringement issue. Do you get where I'm coming from? They shouldn't be able to patent the issue itself, or just a generalized concept of it, but the actual way in which they've executed the solution. Does that make sense? So, yeah, protect your code, fine. But to make, like, an entire broad category of a solution, that's insane. I think that's ridiculous, personally. This is why, for example, one of the most notorious examples of this is the, do you remember Shadow of Mordor? Remember the Nemesis system? Yeah, basically it was the hierarchy of the orcs and how they interacted with you as the player and each other, and how you could play them off against each other. We won't ever see that in a video game again, unfortunately. It was an amazing system, but because Warner Brothers copyrighted it and patented it, nobody can use it, or anything that vaguely resembles it. So, we've got at least a minimum of a decade before anyone can do anything remotely like it. So, yeah, and it's really shitty, because there's a lot of games I can think of where they would benefit from a system like that. The thing is, as well, like, the concept of a system like that isn't unique. The idea of having hierarchy and enemies that interplay with each other through social manipulation or objective manipulation, not unique. The way in which the Nemesis system did it is incredibly unique, though, and chef's kiss, amazing. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Again, protect the code for their way that they've executed it. Don't have a problem with that. But stopping anyone else from doing anything remotely similar, it's not a unique concept in the slightest. The way they executed it, however, is unique. And that's where I draw the line. Let's say, protect their code specifically for how they did it, fine. But I don't feel that they should be able to completely stop. Yeah, yeah, could you imagine someone copyrighted, like, patented battle passes? Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, this is like the overreaching craziness you'd start running into. I mean, if you want to go to the most extreme, right, the ability to boot an executable to play the game. Could you imagine if someone patented that, for fuck's sake? Oh, you've got a character and it walks, patent. I mean, Nintendo's already done the flying mount thing. They've patented, flying mounts that go into a ground form. World of Warcraft was doing it long before they were. You know, among other games. There's so many examples. So many examples. It is batshit crazy. Their visual design of a mount, fine. their code used to execute it, fine. But like the concept of a mount that transitions from flying to ground, it's utterly stupid. And like I say, they weren't even the first to do it. They were not the first remotely to do it. I mean, companions. If we go to, like, you know, we're talking about battling monsters, right? Well, let's talk about companions in games. Neverwinter Night, you could hire a henchman. You know, there's lots of things where you have a pet or a companion. Final Fantasy as well, you have summons. There's lots and lots of examples of games where you've had some kind of companion that battles alongside you, or it provides you a passive buff, or, you know, or even it's just there from a cosmetic point of view, just sits on your shoulder or whatever. You know, I mean, there's an argument you could make that Black and White had that, because, you know, you were playing as the deity, and then you had your pet cow or lion that was your physical embodiment on Earth, right? Technically a summon. Technically can do damage and interact with the world. Technically can kill the people on your land, so technically does damage and battles for you, in brackets. There's an argument to say Black and White did it before they did. You know, There's so many games. There's so many things I can think of where you've got, like, a companion. I'm trying to think what the oldest game where you have a companion would be. It would be really hard to figure out, but I'm sure someone could probably figure it out. But there's no doubt it goes way, way before Pokemon. There's no question about that. There's absolutely no question about it. Zelda, yeah, I mean, you've got, was it Navi or whatever her name is? Although she's more of like a quest giver direction thing. What pet do you have in Zelda? I've never actually played Zelda. Final Fantasy, yeah, Final Fantasy would come before Zelda, I think, yeah. I mean, like I say, Final Fantasy had summons pretty much from the start, if I remember correctly. They battle for you. No question about that. I mean, it's just been a long established trope in that series. I'm trying to think what would be the first, though. It's really hard to think. There's so many games, that's the problem. They won't go after anything. Yeah, they'll only go after stuff that's likely a threat to them. Would be my guess. I mean, they've got enough money to burn if they really wanted to, but they'll just go after the targets that they deem a threat, in my opinion. That's what they're just trying to have enough ammunition in their back pocket to be a nuisance, basically. That's what they're doing, in my opinion. They're trying to scare people off. Because, as I say, this is all allegedly in my opinion, right? If you... Oh, thank you, Captain. You are a star. First animal companion in a video game. Let's have a look. First animal companion. 1990! The Last Guardian's feathered cat, Trico. That's one of the earliest examples. The game's earliest release marginally predates the dinosaur Yoshi in Super Mario World. There you go. There you go. Yeah. There you go, guys. No. Yeah, I know. I just wouldn't have to read for myself. But yeah, anyway, going back to what I was saying, Crispy, they just want enough ammo to threaten people. At the end of the day, right, Power World exists, okay? They can throw their fists around as much as they want and basically try and waste their money. That's probably the goal. Because if they can starve the studio of money to be able to operate, then they may cease to exist, if you catch my drift. But if you can just loom the threat of potentially suing people, and cease and desist letters are enough to shut people up, right? Which it is for a lot of people. Let's face it, if you're a solo dev or a small indie with a small studio of like 5 to 10 people or whatever, you get a cease and desist from Nintendo, you're probably gonna just comply. Because you're not gonna have the money to fight it in court. More than likely, right? And what's better than dealing with a competitor once it exists and starts taking a share of your pie? Beating it before it even comes out, right? So if they can catch whiff of something and then issue a cease and desist and put them off continuing, so the product doesn't actually come out, effectively it's starving creativity and innovation so that they can be lazy. That's what this boils down to. We don't want to fix and make the games better. We don't want competitors, so we'll just threaten the competitors into submission. That's what it boils down to. In my opinion, allegedly. It's starving creativity, basically. That's the way I view it. If you can threaten the creative potential threats into submission so they cease to exist, you don't have to worry about them anymore, do you? Because they won't carry on. So I feel like that's what it's about. Do you know what I mean? Putting Powell in its place and preventing a repeat of market share deterioration. And if you can, say, starve things out, then you don't have to worry about your share of the pie diminishing. There's also the whole issue of Palworld as a game is not flawless, do not get me wrong. But it does execute and innovate in some really good ways. Some of the stuff it innovates in isn't unique, but it's done really well and thus is enjoyable. And the problem is when you get a game like that comes along, even though it's not perfect, but because it's done a few things really well, it just highlights how shit the other options in the market are. And it's frankly quite embarrassing, the state of the Pokemon series as a whole. And a product like Palworld existing signals to consumers, yeah, I shouldn't have to put up with this shit. And why is this far more established brand putting out such crap? So it's a public embarrassment and ego thing as well, in my opinion. Because, yeah, like, they're working on a fraction of the budget and they're showing them up. Does that make sense? So, I think it's as much about market share and stocks need to go up as it is, yeah, Palworld existing just highlights how bad the state of certain franchises has gotten. And, is waking certain consumers up to the fact that they're paying for sloppy crap constantly. And we're seeing this in other areas as well. There's certain other types of games as well. I'm sure you guys can think of several off the top of your head where, you know, you've had a no-name studio or something very, very niche and specific, and they've just come along and just swept the floor with everything. You know, Claire Obscura, for example. Turn-based battling, tiny genre, blah, blah, blah. Done incredibly well. Story's fantastic. I still haven't finished it, but I fucking love it. It's so well executed. Do you know what I mean? And it's so well put together. Baldur's Gate 3. Middle tier team. Granted, they expanded a lot and had a very, very specific set of circumstances, but you look at what we got for Baldur's Gate 3. Absolutely phenomenal. You know, we had a certain samurai game come out. And then that got swept off its feet by other products. You know, so there's a long ass list. Yeah, the new Harry Potter game is very good as well. Yeah, I'm a little worried about the follow-up one because it looks like they're potentially trying to make that a live service thing, and that worries me. I hope they stick to the old formula, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. I will play the new one when it comes out. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, my point being is, like I say, there's a lot of games at the moment that are coming out that are really shaking the industry because they're really just showing how bloated and crazy certain projects are, especially in the AAA sphere. There is a lot of bloat going on in projects, and there is a lot of mismanagement and things being dragged out, and unnecessarily faff and crap being stuck in for the sake. Honestly, the way things are going, like, the projects that are gonna succeed are gonna be those middle tier projects. It's gonna be projects that are a couple mil in budget max, and you know, they're gonna take a fair time to develop, 2 to 5 years, whatever, right? But teams of like 10 to 40, maybe 50 people, right? And they're gonna be probably more curated experiences that are more than likely not going to be live services, and they're going to be priced in that 20 to 50 pound range. That seems to be the sweet spot at the moment. And as long as you get decent runtime with it, most people are willing to accept that, and those projects seem to be doing really, really well. It's that tier. I mean, you get indies of tiny random things that go crazy as well. Do not get me wrong, those do exist too. But for something that's a little bit more of a premium polished experience, that bracket I've described seems to be where the sweet spot is at the moment. Yeah, catch you around, Surprise. Thanks for playing. I'll catch you around. You stay safe. But yeah, I think that's a lot of where the market expectation is. You've also got to bear in mind as well, people's taste in games has changed a lot. A lot of people don't have the time to play as much as they necessarily used to. A lot of people do not have the money to allocate to games the way they used to either. So the thought of stumping 80 to 100 quid up for a game, and then subscriptions and battle passes and all this other shit on top, just a lot of people don't want to deal with it. The bulk of playtime in the industry, there's a small selection of game. A lot of them are live service, and a lot of them are free to play with microtransactions. You've got games like Roblox, you know, Minecraft, Fortnite, all the usual suspects at the top there. You know, Call of Duty is another one, you know. But yeah, it's very kingmaker with the way the industry is. The bulk of playtime is sitting in a very, very small select group of games, basically. So, yeah, Hollow Knight might be 3 people, exactly. I'd say a very focused, uniform outlook on design, like, it can produce some really good results. I think the key thing really is to be focused, not just put shit in for the sake of putting it in. Have realistic expectations about what you're putting out. Lot of games are losing the fucking plot with what they're putting out. They're going absolutely fucking ridiculous. And it's so unnecessary. Sometimes the simplest games have been the best games, honestly. I've found some games that are incredibly well executed, and they're very simple in their core concept, but they're extremely well fleshed out. That Nine Kings game I played the other day, for example, is a good example of that. That game is still early access, but it is so well done. The core concept of it, just defend your base with cards, very simple on the surface. It's how they layer it and make sure it works well from a functional point of view that makes it really interesting. How is it you do not need your rights to play War Thunder? Video games are in a weird grey area, Ariel. So, in theory, with a video game, as a streamer, yes, I could be prevented from streaming it. Copyright is a thing. Developers and publishers can go after you for the visuals, audio, etc. of their games. There is obviously the fact that I'm being creative with it. There's an element, an argument for fair use, although fair use does exist in some countries and not in others. Yeah, video games live in a really weird area. Generally speaking, most developers and publishers are okay with you streaming their games because they know it's publicity and word of mouth is great free marketing. There are some games where I cannot make content on them because either they have got a very explicitly laid out set of rules for their games and what they will and will not tolerate, when it comes to content. Like, they restrict certain platforms, you have to keep your verbals to PG or whatever. You have to go and individually seek these out and check them out. Most developers are just like, do whatever the fuck you want, it's fine. There are some games, for example, where, like, we'll just use Final Fantasy as an example, where I have had to adhere to certain requirements when streaming them. Ubisoft, same. I can't stream past certain chapters, or I've had to not stream certain sequences because they're deemed spoilers. So it really just depends. But in theory, yes, any developer or publisher could come along and slap content, in theory. Most will not do it. Most will not do it, but there are some who will. There is kind of a unwritten harmony, so to speak, of, as I say, they'll let you play games and stream and make content because they know it's good for promotion in most cases. But yes, in theory, making video game content, you could get slapped for it. That is right. The one thing that you do need to definitely turn off is any in-game music soundtracks. Unless it's something that's made in-house, there tends to be licensing complications. Not always, but in a lot of cases, because the music, if it's licensed from a third party to a developer, isn't licensed to you as the end consumer. So therefore, this is where you run into copyright issues over soundtracks for games. They've come from a third-party source. This is why I don't tend to turn them on unless I have very, very clear instruction and information that something was internal and I've got written permission for it. But yeah, it's a tricky one area. As I say, most will leave you alone. I do not need rights to play War Thunder, no. No, but as a CC, there are some strict rules under which I'm allowed to play it and demonstrate it. But that's more to do with partnership than anything else. But in theory, Ariel, a video game and its developer, they could say no content, and you would be required to oblige by that. That, in theory, can happen. Another thing that will sometimes happen is certain platforms don't want certain games being on their platform due to content reasons, so it could be the nature of the topic in a game. For example, Twitch has a massive long list of games that you're not allowed to cover over there. Because of the themes inside of the game. TikTok and other platforms, again, have similar policies, but it tends to be more around, again, the content and subject matter. But yeah, Ariel, it's not a one-size-fits-all conversation, that one. But yes, in theory, I could get copyright slapped for any game, in theory. Most will not. As I say, they understand the benefits of having content creators cover their games. But, yeah, there are games that will either impose quite heavy restrictions or they will not allow at all. The not allowing at all is rare in this day and age, but it does happen. That's one of the reasons as well, if you are a content creator, always make sure you look games up. Go find the official websites, and if in doubt, email them. Because there are sometimes rules and you need to be aware of them. So, yeah, don't assume that you can stream any game that you have a copy of, because by just owning a copy of the game does not give you the right to necessarily stream it. As I say, most devs will leave you alone, but yeah, there are some that explicitly will say on their website, no content, no YouTube, or if you do put it up there, we're gonna claim it. So you'll get situations where people will do a video series on something and then every single video will get claimed and monetized by the developer and publisher. Again, rare, but it can happen and it does happen. Rach, hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for dropping on in. But, yeah, it's, sorry I can't be more specific, Ariel, but, yeah, it just depends. But there is a strong argument that what I do is transformative in nature. And that's why I feel like what I do is justifiable and okay. That's why a lot of content creators do it. But, again, where people draw the line on what is transformative and what isn't, it's a very, very grey line. It's very hard to enforce in court. Things do tend to be in the favour of the copyright holder. Just generally speaking. You know, we We saw an example of this, for example, not specifically with games, but with React content. So we had that massive React content boom. Some of you guys will remember that. Now, Twitch, for example, doesn't allow any React content full stop. It's in their TOS, but people still do it. They are technically breaking the TOS when they do that, but it is actually in their TOS, so you're not supposed to React content. It is not allowed. Rebroadcasting of other content is not allowed full stop. Doesn't stop it from happening. Again, there are certain spheres of creators on that platform who do it, but technically they shouldn't be. But yeah, I mean, there's entire channels on YouTube, for example, that are just dedicated to reacting to crap. The thing is, reactions to stuff varies enormously. Now, you get people that report on the news and react to it. You get channels where people sit there sniper wolf style and just don't do anything. And then you get people that will do something a lot more creative. So, there's a very wide range. I don't personally agree with the sit there and do nothing stuff. I think that's really creatively bankrupt, personally. Taking a snippet of something and then either making something kind of news related with it or being more creative in the way you edit and really adding layers to it without detracting from the original is, in my opinion, fine. There's obviously the gray area with regards to licensing. Again, people draw the line in different places with that kind of stuff. But yeah, that one's another one that's a really tricky one. But some of you guys remember the Fine Bros tried to copyright React content. That was stupid. Again, going back to patents and overreaching. That's a good example of it. That is a really good example of it.
Destroy the target.
Right, I'm gonna try and cap this, but I'm probably gonna run out of time. But anyway, yeah, sorry I'm rambling, Ariel, but I hope that gives you kind of a rough idea. But yeah, it's a very weird area. It's one of these areas where legislation's not really caught up with the nature of the industry kind of situation. If that makes sense. Things are behind the times. But yeah, for the most part with games, there is a kind of an unwritten, I don't want to say gentleman's agreement, but you know what I mean. As a kind of a, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of thing. In terms of, you know, there is benefit to both sides. Most devs and publishers acknowledge this. I mean, there was one example recently, though. There was a guy, I can't remember the name of the developer. It was some little indie company in Japan. I can't remember the name of it. But there was a guy basically saying that every single live stream, he deserved all the revenue from every stream of his game. Again, can't remember who it was, having a brain fart. I think Crispy knows about this, because I was having a convo with him about this, I think a while back. But yeah, there are some developers and publishers that hold that mentality that you're not entitled to any form of payment or earnings on content that utilizes their property. Regardless of the nature of what you do with it thereafter. Yeah, can do, Rach, yeah. Hiya, how you doing? But yeah, there are some. But again, this is where, like, things like YouTube's copyright system will kick in. Again, there will be some devs that will actively search for their stuff, and then if they find it, they will snaggle the revenue off you. I think in that particular instance, did he want all of it or did he want a percentage? I can't remember. The YouTube restricted mode. Yes, the YouTube restricted mode is affecting my channel. Yes. Yeah, I've checked my channel in both restricted and non-restricted mode. It thought I hadn't uploaded for about 6 weeks when I stuck it in restricted mode. So yeah, a lot of my content on YouTube will not show if you have your YouTube account in restricted mode. You will not get notified of my content. I have seen some fluctuations in viewership. I don't worry about that too much because a lot of mine's kind of tied to my streaming, which makes, as I say, I'm in a bit more of an unusual situation because I started as a streamer and then went into YouTubing rather than the other way around, which is how most people do it. More of my viewership comes from the streaming side of it. But yeah, I think it has been affected. But yeah, if your account is unrestricted, a lot of my vids will not come up and you won't be notified of them. Oh right, oh, Cobra Week's going well. It sounds like it is. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of indie games are just grateful. Yeah, a lot of them are. Oh yeah, 100% count them. 100%. I mean, I've seen statements claiming the opposite is in effect, but I don't really believe it. In my opinion, I think their priority is training their AI. That's how it feels to me. But yeah, I've definitely noticed a slowdown. The contributing factors behind that, you can dispute that. The main thing for overcoming that, though, is engagement. So, if the people that are getting served the vids are liking, commenting, watching for a long percentage of the video length, then it will still get pushed out. But yeah, that's a significant portion of my vids don't show if you put it in restricted mode, so. And I would imagine a fair chunk of my audience might have that on. Hey guys, how you doing? But yeah. And there's also, again, going back to your point, Rich, there is a lot of games that have just broken out because people have covered them. I mean, you look at things like Happy Wheels and FNAF and I mean, there's all sorts of really weird, obscure games. Like, one, like, person yaps about it and it pops off, and then it just kind of cascades. There's quite a lot of examples of games like that. Especially indie titles that just would have been completely glossed over otherwise. And I'm not saying it's all down to the streamer for covering it, okay? But a good piece of well-curated content can Phasmophobia, yeah, it can really engage people. I mean, you still need to have a good game at the core of it. If the game sucks, then people aren't going to play it. You will get, like, hate players. Like, if a game sucks, a few people will go check it out. I mean, Concord's a good example of this. Absolute dumpster fire of a game. You know, and a bunch of people just went and played it just for, like, oh, I've got to see this for myself. But, yeah, Schedule 1's another good example of a game that blew up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you will get some people hate playing a game. I'd say Dustborn and Concord are good examples. But I mean, like I say, if you've got a game that's small, but a couple of people, like, get it on their radar, and it's, like, genuinely, yeah, repo, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you still have to have a good game. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's all good and well someone picking it up and playing it, but if it doesn't capture people's imagination, and if it doesn't create intrigue and have the core foundation is really solid, people, you can get a viral vid on it, but then people won't make that leap to buy or engage with it, right? You want, as a developer or publisher, you want that purchase, right? So your offering has to persuade people. Now, the way a content creator presents something can change your opinion of it, okay? It can potentially convert you into a purchase, but if you buy it and then don't like it, there's a chance you'll refund it. You know, I mean, for me personally, you know, I love the Total War series, for example, and I'm sorry I'm gonna shit on Creative Assembly here, but I really love the time period, okay, that Pharaoh set in. However, the way that game was marketed and executed was a complete fucking dumpster fire. Which is why it's the first game I ever refunded on Steam. In the entire time of having my Steam account, that is the first game I refunded. Because I was so goddamn fucking disappointed in it. So, you know, and I had seen some videos on it. Now, did those content creators necessarily inform my purchase decision completely? No, because I'd already formulated some opinions of it, and I'm a big fan of the series. But I am someone who has played every game in that series. And I fucking despise what they did with that game, and I have been really angry with them for quite a long time with the state of the series. So, yeah, it might have been on my radar because of advertising. And, you know, I have a general love of the IP and all the rest of it, but I still felt the need to refund it shortly after I bought it. Because of how goddamn awful it was. So, going back to what we were talking about, it's all good and well having a content creator cover it, and a lot of eyeballs getting on it. But, you still need to have a good product. Because once somebody does snap over and make that decision, you want them to stay, you want them to play. And actually, there are examples of games where people have made videos on them. And then people have gone to play it, and it's actually worked against them. Because then they got review bombed. Because the game was so goddamn fucking awful. So, there are examples of games where people have, you know, either been disappointed because someone possibly misled, intentionally or otherwise, in their content. Or they played the game, didn't have a great time with it. Other people then decided to buy it, regardless. Then didn't have a great time about it. But maybe it was on some offer or a launch discount or whatever. And so they feel the need to leave a negative review. Does that make sense? They were either on the fence about it, or the creator persuaded them because they have an affinity with that creator. Or the version the creators play is not the version at launch. This is something else that sometimes happens. And I'm not going to name names for companies. I say, well, the people I work with are incredibly good and have integrity. But there are some examples where I have seen pre-builds for games, and they have changed things in the live execution build. So, currency shops have been left out on purpose. The XP system has been reworked, so it's a lot more fucking grindy in the release version. Less than a week before release, and the press version does not reflect this whatsoever. So you get all the people putting their reviews out based off the version they played, and then you get to the launch version, and it's like, what? Oh, it's 5 times more grindy, and I have to buy stuff in the shop to feel like it's not a slogfest. Great. You know? Doesn't get picked up in the review. Get a high score. As I say, it doesn't happen often, but I have seen some scummy examples of this, and I'm not going to name names. But I have seen this done. So yeah, this can sometimes be why reviews don't always match the live build version. Because things either get left out, or things get readjusted, and it's totally the dev's prerogative to be fixing things all the way up to launch. I don't mind that. Bug fix to your heart's content. I love that. You do that. It's when it gets into the egregious shit of, oh, we're gonna flick a switch and change something. That pisses me off. Well, especially when you've given review builds out. The review build, in my opinion, should be reflective of the general launch experience. It might be more buggy, but major mechanical implementation changes is a big red flag. I've also seen examples where with the whole like access media thing, they say, oh, we'll give you a review copy, but you're not allowed to comment on this list of things, otherwise you don't get your copy. I've seen that done as well. I've seen that done. I've also seen examples where they really want certain language used in a review. You have to use this selection of phrases somewhere within your review to describe it. I don't accept any of that. Sorry, I don't tolerate that shit. It's one thing to do a spawn and have talking points. That's a bit different. But with reviews, this is why sometimes you will see in the more established media spheres certain rhetorics being thrown around, and you'll see certain key phrases come up over and over and over again. And there's quite often a reason for that. Not always. Sometimes it's coincidence. It does happen, but it's like keyword farming to an extreme sometimes. But yeah, you do see stuff like that. Hi, hey Didstone. I'm alright, I'm okay. Just been busy, lots happened. Hope you're doing okay. Oh yeah. Again, another example. I'm not gonna name names. There was a game. No, it's fine, Aaron. You do what you need to do, mate. You have a good one. Another example. Again, not gonna name names. Please do not ask me to do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not slagging anyone off here. Just want to give some examples of what goes on under the hood, so to speak, behind the scenes with some people. There was a game, and the publisher was very nervous about the release of it. And this is all publicly documented because of information that's out there, so you can go find it if you know what I'm talking about. But again, I'm not going to say names. This is all public information. I'm not telling you anything secret. At least it's not secret anymore anyway. But yeah, there was a publisher that was very nervous about a certain IP and game, and basically if you wanted a copy of it before launch, whether you were a reviewer or a content creator, you had to sign a contract. And that contract very explicitly said no negative comments about the game, basically. So it either had to be neutral or positive, nothing else was acceptable. And if you treaded over that line, your stuff would get clapped. And also, a lot of video content had to be pre-approved. Now, pre-approving content in a non-live fashion, again, for spawns and that, does happen. I've run into it a few times myself. But yeah, mandating a review be positive and positive only, it does happen. I have also had this response. I've had, I turn them down every time. I will not hesitate turning those down. My stance and criteria is I need to have the freedom to say what I need to say, and if you can't accept that, jog on, basically. Some people toe the line in different places. That's fine. That's their prerogative. But yeah, I don't do anything on opinion restrictions. If I see any of that, red flag, I'm out. I'm not doing it. Plain old simple as. At the end of the day, my view on it is if I can't be free to be honest, then how can my community expect me to have integrity and to bring genuine things to the table that are worth their time and attention and money? Do you know what I mean? There are some people who will cross that line for personal gain for a variety of reasons, and again, that's their prerogative. But yeah, I won't do that personally. I have a very strict set of criteria when it comes to what I will work with in terms of a sponsorship and how I conduct reviews and live opinion-based gameplay. And that is an open door policy, and you guys are welcome to ask criteria and how I grade things. I don't have any secrets on that. And I'm actually planning to do a small series of videos kind of explaining the way I go about it, because you guys don't see what goes on under the hood in terms of how I formulate my opinions on some of these things. And I kind of would like to demystify it a little bit so you guys can have a bit of insight of why I do what I do and why I analyze it the way I analyze it, if that makes sense. So that when I have got the video reviews going up consistently again, you guys can be like, ah, that's why she's come to that. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I feel like that's important from a transparency point of view, if that makes sense. But yeah. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get at is I have seen some examples of publishers and developers and marketing companies as well, actually, putting stipulations in place to skew things. It does happen. It does go on. Be very careful who you trust. That's what I would say. Be very, very careful. Things are not always as obvious, and sometimes things are not accurately disclosed. So just be very, very careful. I always advocate be very, very careful. Oh, I hope you wake up okay, Stone. It's not a review anymore if your opinion's paid off. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. The problem with access media, and you get this in the film industry and music and all sorts, is if you don't play ball, you'll get blacklisted. That's what happens a lot of the time. So if you are slightly nervous Nelly on something, you're not completely positive about something, or you throw a cat among the pigeons in terms of opinion, or you score under a certain threshold, then in future when something comes out, you just won't get access to it. Or you will be late to the gate putting your content out and it'll be at your own personal expense. And a lot of outlets don't want that, because they want to be the first out the gate with it. Being the first with it while the search terms are hot is really important. So yeah, being late to the party is not generally a good thing. And yeah, so there is an element of pressure in access media to kind of cooperate and massage things a little bit, if that makes sense. Again, all the companies I work with don't do that. Everything's all very transparent and chill. I just hate that shit. It drives me crazy. I gotta say what I gotta say, you know? But yeah, there is this kind of uneasiness sometimes. Especially when people are like, let's say, trying to be the first out the gate with a YouTube video or working for an outlet or whatever. Yeah, they don't want to have that withdrawn from them because, as I say, they wanna be the first out the gate because it's beneficial from a traffic and monetary point of view. So, yeah, sometimes people massage the truth a little bit. Because they don't want to be put to the bottom of the list or ignored when they put a request in for certain things. Again, movies is a good example of this too. It's not a games industry only thing. But yeah, if you put a dissenting opinion in, some companies are more aggressive than others. Some are more draconian than others. They will just, you're gone as far as they're concerned. Sorry. Hey Dot, how you doing? So yeah, it really depends. I know tons of companies that are just like, do whatever the fuck you want, we don't care. Brilliant, thank you. But yeah, I have seen other companies where like I've been emailed and I've been told, again, not gonna highlight specifics, you need to say XYZ, we'll give you a copy on this date, but we expect these bits of content by this time frame. We want them posted on these days at this time. And you can only say these things and you can't comment on this. Sometimes I'll get sent information for games where they're still working on something and you can't discuss it because it's not fully implemented or fleshed out, but you either sign an NDA or they'll give you certain bits of information but you can't disclose it to the public. Like, there's things like that, you know. I don't necessarily mind, like, okay, I can't talk about certain story beats. You know, obviously there's like some kind of thing that's been mechanically fleshed out but they're not quite there yet, but there's like, it's like, here's a roadmap for what we're planning to do, but this isn't public right now, so please don't discuss it in public. Please keep your commentary to what is currently in the game. Do you know what I mean? That happens. Nothing wrong with that. I have no issue with that. I think like having that information out there for creators is really useful. But yeah, like if it's like, yeah, you can't. I have criteria again for what I commentate on when it comes to like a review. Monetization is one of those, and that's normally one of the sore spots. Yeah, if you start commenting on that or commenting on balance with a view to monetization, that's one sore spot a lot of marketing companies get really pissy about. Like I said, all the ones I work with are good, but yeah, I have I've seen that in the past. And then, yeah, towing the line with certain talking points. Or having to big up certain things with certain language.
The enemy has captured the
As I say,
airfield.
talking points for a spawn are one thing, but in a review, I mean, I have had, like, emails with, like, gentle nudge. Oh, we'd love it if you could, you know, discuss all the different aspects of the game. You know, we think our art direction is particularly strong. If you wouldn't mind commenting on that. I was like, I'll comment on it. I'm not necessarily gonna fucking agree with you. But I'll comment on it. Fine. But yeah, I make that clear. So, yeah. It really depends. My point being is, going back to what we were talking about originally, be careful where you get your reviews from. Be wary about possibly having the truth manipulated, because it does go on. Yeah, I just, yeah, it's tricky. Anyway, anything you see here, it's just gonna be straight up as is. That's my policy. It's always how it's gonna be. I can't speak for other creators. Other creators draw the line in different places, and that's their prerogative, but I'm always transparent where I draw the line. What I feature. Trust me? No. I wouldn't say trust me. I would like to hope that my policies and the way I operate means you can trust me, but I still encourage you to be critical. I am a person at the end of the day. I have my biases. I have my personal preferences. I have my own life experience and things that I do and don't like. There are certain things that I find abhorrent that someone else might not. You know, I would still urge you to be critical. Question why. Ask questions. Don't take everything as gospel. As I say, I'd like to hope you guys can trust my opinion on things. But I still don't take it as gospel. I would still say you still need to be critical. Evaluate it for yourself. Question me. Prod, pry. I don't mind. I don't mind you guys asking questions. Please do. It's important to be critical. Even of people you trust. Because, yeah, there could be things behind it. You know, there could be... You know, even if it's just unintentional, just like a bias towards a particular style of game, or liking a particular mechanic because of previous exposure to it in a different game. You know, I am in a fortunate position where I get sent a lot of keys for stuff. Obviously, I'm honest about where those have come from, etc. You know, with some people that will cloud their judgment and how they rate things. I try not to let that be the case. I do like to do a value proposition check for myself. You know, would I buy this? You know, is it worth the money in my opinion? Now, where would I buy it lies for people is going to vary. It's going to depend on things like your economics, your price market tolerance, and a whole bunch of other things. You know? It is a very subjective and individualistic thing. You know, one person thinks £100 is a lot of money, another person thinks £100 is nothing, you know? I'm someone that's more on the frugal end of the spectrum when it comes to how I evaluate my purchases and what I like to buy and what I don't like to buy. But yeah, obviously that may skew my thoughts and feelings on something, you know? So it's important to ascertain and check stuff for yourself and see where you lie on it. Obviously, if there's things that are subjective, like the value proposition, then obviously I will mention that. But I still factor it in. It's gonna sound like a really daft thing, but something I do as well with reviews is I'll take a jar. And I think this is quite a good thing, because it kind of conceptualizes, this is something that you should do as well. If you have like really bad spending habits and you spend too much money, have a jar with your pool of money for the month. Pull that money physically out of that jar and watch it deplete. Because this is why credit cards get you to spend so much money, because there's an element of detachment between you and the money, because you're not physically handling it. So if you have Monopoly money, or something that looks like, and you see that going down, it can act as a barrier when it comes to, like, if you've got, like, if you know you're bad for spending way too much money on Steam, 1, do not save your payment info. 2, bad idea anyway from a security point of view anyway. But, you know, I get why convenient checkouts exist. But this is exactly why they do it, right? Because convenient checking out gives you less time to think about your purchase decision. You just click the go button. Anything with a quick checkout is your worst nightmare. If you're someone that spends too much, you want to put as many barriers in place as possible to stop you spending. Do not save your payment info. As many clicks as possible. Reevaluate, can I afford this? You know, have a checklist of things you should do before you make a purchase. To give you an opportunity to rethink, is this essential? Can I afford this? Should I be doing this? Don't fall to FOMO. Understand, like, time pressure tactics and placements on stores impact your decision making when it comes to purchasing. All the little tactics they use, alternate currencies, yada yada, there's a whole long list of these. They do entire, courses and conferences on this. Especially in the mobile gaming market. How to monetize and force people to pay for stuff. There are entire lectures on this material. There's an entire little sub-industry around this. But yeah, no, seriously, if you're an overspender or someone who wants to really think about the value proposition of what you're actually buying, have a jar on your desk and put actual, like, Monopoly money or something in it and physically handle money. Think about what you're spending while you're spending it. Is it worth it? Should I wait for a sale? Do I really need it now? Ask yourself a big long list of questions. If the answer is no to any of those, stop what you're doing. If you can physically take that money out of the jar and then deprive of it in a physical sense with handling it, if there's any kind of dissonance, then you should be thinking again, do I really need to make that purchase? But slowly watch that jar go down. If you're trying to budget. Because it gives you a visual and a physical reference. And it's more tangible. And you don't necessarily feel the pain of the loss of that money, but it's more real. Does that make sense? It can help curbing overspending habits. Being more aware and more conscious of what you're spending. Making you think it through. And also, like I say, considering the value proposition properly. Does that make sense? It's a little complicated. I'm not phrasing it terribly well. But yeah, something I will do is I will have like a jar with Monopoly money and I'll be like, right, I'm physically handling X amount of money. Did I get the value for this money out of this experience, you know? Sometimes I'll be yes, sometimes I'll be no, sometimes I'll be like, if it was on discount, it'd be okay. Do you know what I mean? And I look at what else is available for that price, you know? It's like, oh, well, such and such is about X amount of quid. Did I get as much enjoyment out of it? Not necessarily runtime, but like enjoyment. Was it a good experience? Was it fleshed out? Was it well developed? You know, was it a reasonable project for the price I paid? You know. I mean, fuck. I've got games I spent like a tenner on, and I've got hundreds of hours in. But, you know, I can have a game that I spent 50, 60 quid in, and I can get just as much value, even if I spend less hours necessarily on the game. But I still had a thoroughly enjoyable experience. I don't think there's a like for like when it comes to the amount of hours played on a game, or, you know, the scope necessarily of it, whether it be how big the world is, how graphically amazing it looks necessarily. Getting value out of the experience is really subjective. Does that make sense? There's a lot of different aspects and moving parts to that. As I say, there's the mechanics, there's the art, there's the immersion, there's story development, if that's a thing. There could be the tactical side of it. You know, I mean, I've played games that look visually extraordinarily sloppy, but because they're executed really well, I've had an amazing time. And I would pick that over something that's all flash and dash and no substance any day. Do you know what I mean? I have, on the other side, seen some really beautiful games, and I appreciate the beauty of them. But then I've had a yawn fest of sitting through them, because they just didn't really engage me and keep me going. So, I could appreciate the value in one aspect of the game. But if the other aspects are let down too hard, then the end purchase isn't a good, you know, value proposition for me. But I've had other examples of other games that fall into the same trap, but because they did a little bit better, or there was a little bit more of an even experience, even if one end was a little more sloppy, I'd pick that over the one that's got the extremes. Does that make sense? It just depends. It really depends. There's a lot of margin in it. There's a lot of interpretation. Hey, Tab. Thank you, by the way. Freeze too expensive. Yeah. Yeah, knee surgery not cheap. Borderlands 4, I don't have plans for it at the moment. I don't have plans for it at the moment, but I may look into it. You've been blamed by you, man, just because the truth about some brands that are so expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I think with the expensive clothing brands, I mean, you look at, like, your Louis Vuitton and your Gucci and all that. No, I have played the previous games, Crispy. I've played 1 and 2, but I didn't get very far. I have played 1 and 2. Didn't get very far with them. I got a couple of hours in each one. I keep starting and then not finishing them. But yeah, I need to get Borderlands done at some point. It's on my list. I kind of want to get Mass Effect and the Alters for done first, though. But yeah, talking about the fashion thing, since Stown is talking about that. Yeah, I mean, people think of, like, luxury brands, right? We're just gonna use the most extreme example of this right now, for now. But yeah, just because it's more expensive doesn't mean it's better quality. The day of luxury brands being actual quality is just not true anymore. That ship sailed many, many years ago. Now, there are some brands that are, don't get me wrong, but the big, well-known ones are not. It's more about slapping a logo and flexing these days. Which sucks balls. It really does. A lot of it today is like Instagram flex culture shit. And I frankly can't stand it. I fucking hate it. I think it's ridiculous. Now, I can appreciate a good brand. Do not get me wrong. I have some more premium bits in my computer, for example. Right? But I'm not flashing crap around for the sake of it, okay? I've bought those parts for a functional reason. And they are quality, and they have been tested, and they are genuinely really good. And you pay a little bit of a premium for some of those parts. Fine. That, to me, makes sense. But yeah, when it comes to fashion, stuff is so disposable. It's insane. Yeah, I have an appreciation for good, well-made clothes, but the majority of brands just do not do that in this day and age. They just do not do that. It's a very disposable, high turnover industry when it comes to the products. Obviously the circumstances under which it's made, the ethics can vary. We're not going to get into that side of it. But yeah, I would look at it purely from the aesthetics and the if we look at it purely from the aesthetics and the functionality side of things, yeah, big well-known brand doesn't necessarily mean good quality. Just flat out, it doesn't necessarily mean. As I say, there are some good eggs in there, but there's a lot of flash and no dash. Do you know what I mean? I think more goes into the marketing and just trying to make things desirable rather than them actually being desirable because they're actually good. And I think that's a lot of the problem. I would also far rather have clothing items that last over ones that disintegrate within a year or two. But I'm not personally someone who buys into buying clothes, wearing them once, and then getting rid of them. I'm not one of those people. I know there are people that are like that. And, you know, fine, you do you. But I think it's kind of silly and crazy, personally. But yeah, I think a lot of Correct me if I'm wrong, you might disagree on this, Down. Let me know how you feel, and likewise anyone else. I think a lot of it these days is FOMO and status. And ego. A lot of it, as I say, it goes back to that kind of flexing, one-upping the neighbor kind of thing. I gotta have the latest thing, so I'm keeping up with everyone else, or I'm better than them, or... It's like the perception of doing well, but behind the mask, everything's falling to bits. Do you know what I mean? You know, we all live very busy lives these days, and a lot's going on for everyone, but yeah, I think there's this, like, need to put it out to the rest of the world that you're doing really well, and that everything's all perfect, and you have the best life, and, you know, this being vulnerable and not having things perfect is, like, a shameful thing that you should hide. You need to disguise it at all costs, and... Do you know what I mean? Yeah, the whole, like, Facebook is a lie thing? Yeah, exactly. Like, people always put the pristine photos out. Behind the scenes, people are arguing and having a meltdown. Do you know what I mean? How you doing, back? You alright? I think there's a lot of pressure that stems from it. And I think a lot of it's unnecessary and ridiculous. Frankly. But yeah, I think there is this... I've got to portray a perfect world. My life has to follow all the status symbols and milestones that are expected in order to have status and to be admired, and if you don't have admiration, then you're lacking and defective and inefficient, you know? I think a lot of pressure comes from that, and a lot of people buy into it. Because it can be a bit of a buzz and a self-esteem boost, you know what I mean? Oh, people look up to me, I'm doing so well, everybody thinks I'm doing well, therefore I must be, do you know what I mean? And then in reality, everything's a complete mess behind the show, they're in a mountain of debt. You know. So yeah, I think there's this, like, masking of a bad situation by putting out the public perception and kind of moderating a brand, so to speak, for a person. You know, everybody's kind of turned themselves into a brand to some extent, and they have to put this, like, pristine version out. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise they can't have the power and the hierarchy in their social group, and you know, people will, like, bully and berate those that don't have X, Y, or Z thing. You know, you're automatically lower in the pecking order if you don't have that thing. You know, you haven't been on your 20th holiday that year to Corfu or whatever, and you don't have the latest Louis Vuitton bag or whatever. It's fucking ridiculous. It really is. Like, anything to, like, pick on someone else and to you know, chip away at their existence, if that makes sense. Oh, all of my friends have it and you're the odd one out. It's really petty high school shit, really, if you think about it. It is extraordinarily petty high school crap. That's what it boils down to. We've just let that bleed into everybody's fucking lives, and it's just insane, frankly. It's completely batshit insane. If you look at it very careful. It is just complete batshit. Just being honest, that's the way I look at it. As I say, people may disagree, but that's the way I see it. High school never changes. Honestly, some people just never fucking leave high school. Some people just mentally never leave high school, I swear, and it's so insane. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. It boils down to in-group, out-group behavior. That is effectively what it is. I still think it's completely crazy and stupid. But a lot of people buy into that. Lot of people buy into that. I think a lot of people would be happier if they just didn't let that shit faze them. But it's difficult when it's your family members and your friends and the people you look up to perpetuating it. And you feel inadequate as a result if you don't, you know, engage in the same shit. The problem is when you do, you're then perpetuating that cycle, and you need a dissenting opinion in order to break the cycle. I mean, ultimately, I mean, there's a saying, I think it was like, you're the amalgamation of the average of the 10 people closest to you. I don't think that's too far wrong, do you know what I mean? Because people tend to gravitate to people with similar opinions and behavioral tendencies. So, I'm not saying that your worth and who you are should be dictated by your friends, but if you go along with it, then... and you don't challenge it when you see something shitty... It can be hard, though. It can be hard to be that dissenting opinion. Because you can really rock the boat and ostracize yourself if you're not careful. And in doing so, lose your entire support system behind you, and that can be really crippling. Especially if you're very heavily leaned into in one particular social group. But... yeah, sometimes you either have to go, right, I need to distance myself from this, or people need to be called out their BS. If you catch my drift. As I say, it's hard to be that dissenting opinion, though. You don't want to be the one in the room rocking the boat, necessarily, and that's what makes it difficult. It's not straightforward and easy, necessarily. Social media is definitely an issue, 100%. I 100% agree with you with that. Yeah, social media and this perception of perfect. The over-consumerism of stuff, and... yeah, just people going fucking crazy for shit. It is just batshit crazy. Come on, need to get stuck in. I think what we'll do, guys, after this match, I might go. I'm gonna go toilet and then we'll swap game. If that's cool with everyone, I want to get plenty of time in. Oh no, Hotel Architect today, because we've got brand new level to check out.
The enemy is winning.
I don't think we're going to drown in the hotel. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't think that will be a problem there, unless I put a very deep pool in and do a repeat The Sims, but we'll try not to do that.
Attention to the map.
Oh, in the toilet on the break. Yeah, don't worry, my butt's big enough. I won't drown in the toilet. Don't worry. No risk of me falling in the loo. Right, I'm gonna yeet out of this. But yeah, I think after this, guys, we'll go Hotel Architect. We'll go from there. I'm looking forward to it, though. It should be really, really fun. I've heard a lot of good things about the level, but I wanna try it for myself. So. Doop 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 doo. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, I don't want to be stuck on the loo. What the f are you on about? Oh, good God. Oh, God, there's one below me there. That's not good. Ugh. Stop calling me a bimbo, dude. Stop calling me that. I'm not. Come on. I will just ban those words now. Shut up. Stop being stupid. Stop being silly. Aha, come on. I want to get my thing done. Okay, it's on fire. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. You are terrible, Nev. You are terrible. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's see what we can do. Egg fighter. Oh gosh. Oh god, that's terrible. That is so terrible. Oh, okay. Oh, that one turned into an assist, but it's something, I suppose. You just could call me Shaw, mate. That'd be simple. Hey, Toads, how you doing? Oh, fuck me. Oh, actually, no. No, I think we're okay. I think we're fine. I'm gonna struggle to turn a little bit, but it's not the worst I've dealt with. Right, let's just stay in the sight. Hey, Welch, how you doing? There we go, got the sight. Right. It's gonna be a little slow turning, but we might get strafed. Come on. Where the fuck are they? There's one behind me. Hey, Nana, how you doing? Good to see ya. How's things? Everything alright? Ooh, okay. Yeah, you doing good? Good. Glad to hear it. We're gonna swap game in a minute. Just FYI. Yes, I'm more than aware of what happened in Ark with the beaver. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Everything good? Yeah. It's just been poodling with dailies. Got a new level in Hotel Architect to play though. Yeah, the wing's a little bit smushed. Could be worse though. I've got just enough that I can fly with, so we're okay for now. It's just a little heavy-handed turning at the moment. We've just lost that outer 20 or so %. I can still fly with that though.
The enemy has captured the airfield. We've got to regain control.
They're gonna slide in behind me here. I'm just gonna go for another ground target and then we're probably gonna get taken out. Yeah, that's me down. Right. That's why we're just gonna keep chipping points off them. That's the goal. That's the goal. I do. Can't remember what set I've got them in. Yeah, I saw that can. I literally just tapped out and saw that a minute ago. Oh, warthunder just tweeted not long ago. They are going to improve the radar interface, apparently. Sorry, I've just seen it on their official. I'm just leveling up stuff at the moment, Nana. I can't remember what I have in what set, but I'm just trying to level up vehicles at the moment. Just as I say, do dailies and level up stuff. Just getting upgrades. That's the main thing. I have got a challenge I need to do, but that I need to do in boats. I'm gonna have to play British boats for that, because it needs the BP vehicle. Did I sing in a pub? What the fuck are you on about? Oh my gosh. Do. Oh, Elsie, I see you sent me a DM, by the way. I'll get back to you on that one later. Is that alright? Okay. Right. Cool. I've not done too bad today. Right, let me go have a quick toilet break. And then we'll get Hotel Architect on, alright? Oh, you big stretch. Ow. Ow. Right. Let me BRB a minute, guys. I'll be as fast as I can. Won't be long.